why she has been begging me to calm down, that things will soon be okay, and I'm stressed out, and now we have landed into trouble. Do I know we can go to jail? I said, go to jail for what? I don't understand. Why you go to jail? See, whatever it is, this is my family. It means go to jail. I'll go to jail. What's there? She now calmed down and settled to listen. So I told her, I don't know what happened. I don't even understand this. But she now asked me, how do I used to feed the baby? What happened? And blah, blah. I explained to her, this is how I feed the baby. Because the baby had issues eating and she's always screaming that I didn't feed the baby very well. And there's no that thing, it didn't fall down. So how could he have a fracture? That is a small baby of 3 months. I'm not supposed to hold him tight to feed him down. That one, that should be the reason why the spoon is fractured. Okay, if it is the way I hold the baby, if you, I'm not a baby feeder. My first son, when he was born, I didn't take care of him. I had the nanny at home and all these things. So if you think the way I hold the baby and feed the baby was the issue, then call the police. I'll tell them that because I told them I don't know what happened. So she called the police back and they came and arrested me second time. And I explained to them what happened. I look at what I explained to my wife and she said it should be the cause of the injury. So if that's the cause of the injury, it was not intentional. I was just trying to feed him and this is not my job. This is what I've done before. I'm just new this and new this town. I don't even know what's going on. So they said, okay. Then the next thing the people, so worker said they're going to court. Then that I said, okay. So go home and I was talking to my wife then that we need to understand ourselves and fight this together, blah, blah. The next thing is they gave her a lawyer, told me if I want a lawyer, they'll offer me a lawyer. Initially, when she told me, I accepted the lawyer they gave. We started talking. Then the next day, she came back from seeing her lawyer and told me that her lawyer said I should leave the house so that they'll get the children back to me. Like, which house? How? For what? What does that mean? Before you know, you start shouting that. What am I saying that before when I had Tuesday, I said I will go back to Nigeria. Why am I making it difficult? And I should leave the house. I have to go. When she was screaming, I said, okay, no problem. I had to. By then, I started talking to some people about what happened. They said I should not take the lawyer they gave me. I should reject the lawyer they offered me a lawyer. I think it was Mr. Allah that I told them. So they now offered me a lawyer from Nigeria, and I spoke to the woman. She told me not to argue with her that I should leave the house. So I left the house. When I was leaving the house, she started crying again. Why I'm leaving the house? This one, she lost everything. She had been screaming that I should leave the house. So I have paid for another house. I have to leave. So I left the house. And after I left the house, she even came to where I was staying twice, like first weekend, second, and then we used to go and see the children 2 times in a week where they kept them. And we used to talk, like trying to understand what happened, trying to know how until she left where I was staying the second week. She came on a Sunday. Monday morning, when we were in court, they announced that she said she wants to leave the marriage, she wants to separate from the marriage. And I was like, what does this mean? That we are talking about how to get the children back and what happened? Why this coming up? The first thing is like you should leave the house. The second now you want to separate from the marriage. And that's what people advise her to do. That's the best thing that she should do so that she get the children back, this one. I said she should be careful with this kind of advice she's getting. She was not ready to listen to me. I said, okay, no problem. So well, that was another issue. Then going to court every day, different story, until the day my lawyer now called me and gave me the interview she had with the police the first day and all the things she said. I broke down because I now understand that all this while we've been talking, she has not told me anything. But when I had the interview she made with the police the first day we were arrested, I noticed that she was planning to separate from the marriage from the way all the way from Nigeria. Even since I came in, that's what she had been working on. And a lot of things. Then she was keeping it to herself. But I just kept quiet when I listened to the interview. Just pretended I didn't see the interview. Kept going to court. I told the lawyers, okay, what you have to do for me is try to do everything you can to let the children come out from social worker and then because they're looking nice and let her have the kids. Exonerate her. She said she didn't do anything. Exonerate her from the case. If they had the children, I will fight for myself and I believe God will help me out. So that's what we are after 10 or 11 months or 12, after a year plus, a year and 2 months in court, they exonerated her from the case. The judgment was that I caused the injury and I've not said that I caused the injury, blah, blah, blah. So they give her full custody of the children and they need to monitor the children for 6 months with her to see how she's capable of taking care of the children and all that. Then I'll push the case to the police for criminal investigation. So that's how the matter ended in court and they gave her the kids. And then if I want to see the kids, I have to pay for the venue and for the supervisor. So we started following up on the payment and the venue and the supervisor up to today. We have not agreed on the venue or the supervisor, the payment to today. This is 8 months. The deadline they gave that they will monitor the children with her is this month. After that, they will now leave her with the kids. So then the police now at some time called and said they have released me on bail, that but I can't go and see the children. I can't call them on phone. I can't see them. I can't talk to them. I have contact with them except through the social worker, which is what we are in. And the social worker turning me up and down till today. Then that day I go home. The next thing I got was a divorce letter from her. I was given automatic to sign the divorce letter. I didn't look back because then I was already pissed off. I've known one or two things that are not right. I just signed the letter and sent it back to them. So they now gave a date for hearing of the divorce and blah blah. Today they didn't say anything about the divorce until last 2 weeks. I got a mail that I should verify my official document, the name there and the name on the marriage certificate is not the same. I didn't reply them. Then yesterday was my birthday. I got another mail from them saying that the divorce has to be scheduled to be heard next month, which is the final date, which I'm waiting for them to finalize. But then, while all these things were going on, everybody's baffled. Me too. I was like, I don't know what's going on. I don't even know where she's coming from, what's happening. But then I let it be because we're all adults. Everybody has. The only concern I have then was my kids. Before I now got some calls and some investigations, I made inquiries. I found out that there has been issues she's keeping to herself all the way from Nigeria to here for the past 10 years of marriage. And there's issues bordering allegations and infidelity. I decided to calm down and started gathering my points. I gathered a lot of documents. I gathered a lot of WhatsApp messages. I gathered a lot of things that prove that this is what's going on. Even at that point, I was even advised to go and do DNA test to find out if the kids are mine. I told them I can't do that because the social workers are still on the case and I can't file for the DNA test until we now finalize the divorce. Then I'll ask for reasons why the divorce should take place and then what happens to my children after that. So, like I said, till now, I've not seen my kids and I'm waiting for, like they said, by next month they'll finalize the divorce. And when they finalize it, I'll be able to, like I mailed them that, okay, before they finalize the divorce, they need to let me have access to DNA test. And now the divorce court emailed me and said I should hire a lawyer. I should talk to my lawyer to help get out the DNA test. It's not their duty. So that's the next thing I want to do now, get a DNA test done to be sure that the kids are mine. Then if they finalize the divorce, I'm dependent on her. That's not a problem. I'll leave her. I'll leave her. I will not be under her again. I'm not even keen on staying in this country anymore. So the truth is, this is what she has planned from Nigeria to come in here. Even the person involved in the whole case is in the UK right now. Even while the case was going on, she sent me out of the house. There's evidence and proof that the guy went to the house, my house where I left and was sleeping there. A lot of things. But then the bottom line is, it is what it is. But I can't see my kids up to now. I can't even talk to them. I can't even have access to them. I'm waiting for maybe by next week I'll email them again and find out since the deadline is over. What's the next thing? Let me know what to do. Whether divorce or whatever or not. The case is now what happens to my kids. If they are not my kids, let me know. Then I will know how to live my life. There's nothing we see in this world that will kill anybody. That's how it is. That's my short story. Thank you very much.
So sorry to hear this. I don't know whether Catherine or Doram on Zoom, either of you. Catherine, your TikTok, Doram, your Zoom. I don't know if either of you hear this clearly as a woman. If you were able to summarize it in 2 minutes for the purpose of Dr. Mike and Mommy Ben Biggs, Banky, I believe three of them came just now. They might not understand, or they might have missed out key points. Is there, but do we have women that probably they already had in the mind of separating or divorcing, but they just said, "Oh, let's get to UK first," and if once anything happens, they see that as opportunity to say, "Okay, this is my time," or is it situation that really happened that make them to make that decision? Catherine, are you able to summarize?
Good evening, everyone. What I heard from what he said is that probably he was feeding. He has two children with this lady that they married from Nigeria. So one of the son, maybe the child had a dislocation or something in the leg. They didn't know about it because he just got to the UK. He didn't know the system. They took the child to the hospital, and it was like a dislocation. And they informed social service, police, and the likes. So in the evening, later in the evening, they arrested the husband, or they arrested them. And when they got to the station, they gave them different lawyers. According to what I understood, they gave them different lawyers. And when they got back home, she said all she wanted, that a lawyer, when she got back from a lawyer, that she changed her narrative, that the lawyers said he should leave the house so that they can allow the children back, which he obliged. Then afterwards, she had another meeting with a lawyer, and the lawyer said, and she said she wanted the divorce. So he moved out of the house. Then after moving out of the house, his lawyer played what she said at the interview when they were arrested, and he broke him down, and that's what I could gather from what he said. And now that he has signed the divorce, he's just waiting for DNA to be done on the children to know the paternity of the children. But up till now, he has not been able to see his children. That's what I gathered.
I think you missed a part there where he mentioned about the woman has been having affairs with, even back home, but now, yeah, when he left, when he left the house. Okay, Doram, if you get that part, say that part. I don't want to be the one saying it. Doram, go
Okay.
ahead.
From what he said he has evidence, like he has gathered evidence from messages and the rest back home, meaning everything that the woman has been doing is something she has planned all the way from Nigeria before coming here. So she just waited for the opportunity to execute it. So from what I heard from this whole issue is, I feel that baby, because there is no way a baby will have dislocation from feeding, right? So I feel that the mother did something to that child just to get away with whatever plan she has in her mind. That's what I just see in this whole scenario. You understand me?
So when he left house, when they said he need to leave house so that the woman will get the children back, this person that already have affairs together, who is already in the UK, is going to that house now. Eventually now, so another man is in the house. Is that what you said now, Bristol? Bristol, as the man already in relationship with that person back home, and eventually they meet again in UK now. Bristol, is that right?
It's not there.
Yeah, you can hear us. But
yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. It's right.
We just want to hear that part.
Yeah, I said the guy in question was a colleague of hers in Nigeria, and I know the guy very well. This is somebody I don't question colleagues being friends. But I didn't know the extent until the wife, he's even married now. The wife was the one that called me to give me all this evidence, telling me that I think I didn't even know they were in the UK. It was when the wife at some point started talking. I said, "Oh, come, how do you know about this from Nigeria?" He said, "No, they're in UK now." That on that day, he mentioned even on his birthday last year while we were still in court, the man left the wife and came to Bristol to sleep, giving the wife excuses that they have a meeting because they are physiotherapists. They have a meeting of all the physiotherapists in UK and he's holding in Bristol. And the man was in my house for the birthday, the house in Bristol. Twice he has visited her house and slept there while she was there alone while we were going to court. And the wife was now shouting and saying she want me to. The wife even insisted I have to go and get a DNA test done. I told the wife that I can't get any DNA test done because right now, if I want to do any DNA, I have to go back to court and file application for permission to see the children to get DNA test done. I can't do anything. So she should provide all the evidence she have. She provided to me. Then I took it from there and made a lot of inquiries. I didn't have to go to Nigeria myself. So I have all those intact. I'm just waiting until let them sign the divorce. Then I will now ask for DNA test to be done before they could file. I know once the divorce is done, they'll file to Home Office and probably remove me from her dependents, whatever. That was not my problem, but I need to know the status for the kids. If they are mine and I'm leaving the marriage and she's leaving, I need to know what happened to my kid because she said in court that she don't want me to contribute anything. Till now, that's what it is. So it's a big thing, but then
I think it is
I'm happy
clear.
about it.
Yeah, I think it is clear now. I'm so sorry
Yes.
for whatever you are passing through. Mommy Ben Biggs, did you hear that? Is it clear to you now, Ogbedi, Dr. Michael, Banky?
Yes. Yeah, I think I got a few glimpses of what was said.
So is it a problem if the demand is asking for much, if you now want to do DNA, or is it a issue when social services get involved? The best situation is to divorce, and when they divorce, or say for you to get your children back, you need to divorce. That's the best offer on the table. And the woman believes that, oh, it's rather better I do not lose my kids. So what cost me? I already want to divorce, or is what I've been looking for, or but God butter my bread. What can we call this? Because this is a crisis in our community and it's impacting on the children. And why do we even come to UK in the first instance? And many people are still coming. Look at what we put there. They said mothers go to social services to get to move away from their home. The settings, whether true or not, at the end of the day, the local authority, the home office are now asking the mother now that they need to go and look for COS. They cannot support them. But some get through to get a house, to get support, and they move on. But in this situation now, a colleagues back home, spouse, it's not good to be doubting colleagues. But now, when this colleagues is now becoming a reality, to the extent that the wife of the house that's even calling the husband that this is what I've been seeing, and they were eventually together in UK now. Even the husband, the colleague left the main wife, travel in the name of a colleague conference. Why the case is even ongoing? Is there a true love now?
Not true love there. There is no true love. She just waited for
Michael,
the opportunity.
what do we do? And if a man is a dependent now and he could not get another, whether he want to stay, he needs to get another COS, he needs to get another leave to remain application. But if the woman is the dependent, does local authority support them, and can local authority support men? It's complicated.
There is this bias against men generally. Because I've worked with the homelessness project in Manchester before, there is a bias against men generally when it comes to prioritizing who gets what first. The men are usually on the list, so and we've argued that over and over, especially single men. People who have had failed asylum, or had one issue or the other, and then they couldn't get rehoused, so they end up, being homeless. Generally, that has been it's a challenge that some men go through, and in the scenario this our brother just painted, it's just quite pathetic and just embarrassing that sometimes I don't know what people think this abroad is. Maybe, it's not heaven. And then, if you don't want to be a man, don't use him. Just let him be, do whatever he wants to do. If you want to be with another man, be with the man. Let him do whatever. Don't use another man's sweat and labor to give to another man, and don't believe or waste somebody's time. Man had faith, had hope, doing all he could, with all intent and purpose. That this is a family that I'm looking after. Only to find out that there are ulterior motives. And that's why I also, personally, I'm also in support of, if there are situations like this, I think once a marriage based on this serious issue or fictitious allegation comes to light, both of them should be removed, so that probably that will deter people who are just making false allegation. Because I have people that experience this, and when you hear some of this story, you won't believe it. A pastor who brought his wife, all of a sudden, even I had to follow them to court, and I said, "But why did you do this?" And if the excuses she gave me, I couldn't believe it. A pastor's wife still befriending somebody, she said, "Oh, that was my first love. Why then did you marry this man?" And you are still contacting the man. Is that freedom? That's not freedom. That's disrespect. And I told the pastor, I said, "Listen, you two, this pastor thing, go the traditional way. Leave this stupid pastor that you're fooling yourself with. Let her face the consequences." Because now he ended up being locked up. And then when I went to bail him, I saw him crying. Say, you're a man, look at this. These things happen. You are in one okay, seeking the face of God. Ask the police to give you a Bible, a notepad, and what have you. See yourself that you are here seeking the face of God. Don't be crying and all that. It was so devastating that, even me personally, I couldn't go to that church again because I just felt the man was diminished. And I said, "This pastor, what does this one want to say that I will listen to?" You know? And, in fact, if they now quarrel, any little quarrel now, the woman calls the man, then one day, just come back from prison. So that's the man's nickname now. Then one day, if I call police for you again. And I told him, I said, "Don't let her provoke you to a point where you raise your hand. There's no crime marrying 2, 3 wives. Go and marry another woman. Don't die here. If at the end of the day you will go to prison, she will bring that boyfriend that you are crying over. Leave her. You have 3 or 4 children. Go and check the one that is really your own, so that you know that you have children. If not, start having, fresh one." That's just my own take, you know. Just get someone's nerve sometimes.
Thank you. Banky, where are you streaming from?
Yeah, streaming from Stoke-on-Trent.
Did you hear Did you hear this situation?
I heard it, and why I just actually decided to uh, voice my opinion because last year I happened to handle a case like this. I want to first say to our brother, I know we all sympathize and really understand what you are going through, and we know it is not easy. Whatever any one of us will be saying now, will be saying out of the fact that we are not directly involved. So it will be easy for us to say anything sweet or whatever we want to say. I just want to let you know that for every situation, for anything that happens, there is always a way forward. And if you hear of other people's own, one way or the other, you will always say, I think my own case is better. To start with, there was a brother whom I took as my younger brother around me here. He was formerly living in Dubai. I won't mention him because it's a very popular case on that time. He came from Dubai with his wife to UK, and the wife said the only condition that he would that would make her to follow him to UK is if she's coming to do a masters. They have a daughter, and the guy gathered so much money, registered her for a master program, and after the lady finished the master program, she packed her things out of the house. She took the daughter and she left. And even the brother did not even know where she left to, and sent a message that she's not doing anymore. It's not as if the roadside boyfriend or girlfriend. They were married, they know each other's parents, and they were formerly living together in Nigeria. So the brother was so depressed, and we keep encouraging him every day. He said he has spent so much that, in fact, if his salary is coming in, the money goes to the lady takes charge of everything. Now the lady has achieved her master's, and she felt the next thing she could do is for her to separate. So I tried everything possible to see if I can bring the two of them back. But obviously, the lady said something that looked like more of a curse, that if you go back, that's, So when I heard that, I know that is just the end of the road. So the only thing I could do is to face the brother, encourage him, and let him know that, of course, there will always be way forward. So this brother summoned courage. He worked for some months, I think for about 6 months or thereabout. I asked him to leave the house they rented. He should go and rent little apartment and see how he can gather little money. So what did the brother do? After he has gathered some amount, he have no choice. He left for United States of America for, I think he also went for schooling and all of that. So that is how he was able to get over the whole issue. It wasn't funny and it wasn't easy. So, dear brother, it will be very difficult for anybody to judge on your own case. We actually heard your part, and you, according to what you said, it was the whole thing came as a result of the fracture that the child suffered. Of course, if not that, maybe probably nobody would have known anything. The question anybody would ask is, before that time, has there been any misunderstanding between you and your wife? If yes, one would understand that at least you would have seen the red flag that this lady is actually no longer interested in the marriage. And whenever it is easy for a man not to be interested in the marriage and still get back to the marriage, because our ladies, they will always know what to do to bring you back. But when a lady started going out of the marriage and begin to probably connect with either the ex or find a new boyfriend, it is always to get over it is always difficult. And it is easy for us to manage it in Nigeria because there's no law that is supporting one above the other, just like Ogbeni said, that here we all know that even I'm sorry to use this word, in case you don't know, just know it. Even the animal, they put them first before we the man. And that now should give everybody the understanding that whatever you are doing, you need to guide yourself. Number one, you guide your mental health, you guide your finance, and you also do everything possible to guide your marriage. So like you have said now, you've tried everything possible to guide your marriage, and the woman in question is not allowing it to work. Two things left for you to guide now: your finance and your mental health. Because if anything happens to you today, the lady will move on, and God forbid, the parents you left in Nigeria, nobody would want to hear that so thing happened to so person in UK. So at this moment, even if the issue of DNA or no DNA, my brother, it is just, to me, it is just that as if somebody want to use it to, there is an injury already. When you pour salt on injury, you know what it's going to mean. So if eventually you do the DNA and it happens to be that you are not the owner of those children doesn't belong to you, what do you think your mental state will be? So the test will come, but I would advise, if not even at this point in time, what you should be after now is how you are going to get settled. If you are depending on her, if it is for you to begin to take up courses, because I know most people that are under COS, some of them came through either skill worker or whatever. So if it is for you to begin to, get yourself an MVQ3 or diploma level 3 that would easily hand you a COS on your own to stand, that is what you need to begin to look after. But if you are the primary, maybe she's depending on you, where you need to guide the job that brought you in so that it doesn't affect the job. Because eventually, if you allow this to affect the job may eventually, we don't pray for that, say maybe the evaluation is done, you are no longer active, and you know what it means. So, and the third one, which I said, the finance, whatever you can begin to gather for now, it is when you have money that you can have say in this country we have found ourselves. Because if you don't have much money with you, at the end of the day, it will get to a time that these children, they will ask you to take responsibility over them. So if you cannot be able to do it, that now begins to put you on under the kind of legal corner, which is the most difficult. By the time they will say, okay, we have gone to court, we have come back, and we notice that you are not doing what you're supposed to do on those children, they will now compel you to be doing some certain things. And that is what we don't even want to happen. So at this point, if you can manage it very well, such that you don't allow it to affect your mental health and you don't allow it to affect your source of income, please, brother, do it. And I've always said this to anyone, because this kind of your case, we've seen several of it, most especially where we are now. Those ladies, we actually regret it at the end of it all, because the Yoruba used to say, a child that has not eaten soup before, when you give such a child soup, it will pour it on the chest, on the cloth. That is what is happening that is what is happening to most ladies in the United Kingdom. Immediately they enter, they are seeing it as if they have entered heaven, just like Obedi said. But they don't know that even here, nothing is special. It's just a matter of time. By the time they have gone southwest, east, north, and a lot of that, many of them will come back begging. But it's always good if anybody is coming back to beg you, then your situation is better than how the person is leaving you. And like the case of the pastor, I also want to use that one as a reference. We cannot rule out what God can do also in marriages in United Kingdom, because mostly the issue of marriage breaking and all of that in United Kingdom is far beyond the physical. Yeah, because if you look at it, you know that there are some certain forces that is actually waging war. So for any marriage to stand, you also need to acknowledge the place of God. Like that man now, we can't say the pastor is not praying or all of that, but every marriage that is going to break or that will lead to separation, we always have a red flag. But some of us, we don't pay attention to it until it happens. And the lady we are talking about, it could also be that by the time you ask her, she will have her own part to say. So it is for the both side. So uh, just do your possible best, guide whatever that is remaining for you, and make sure you don't allow what has happened to affect it. And one thing is sure, if those children are for you, it's just a matter of time. The children will ask after their father. That is my submission.
Thank you very much. I think there's one case recently I bumped into where a man has been sentenced to prison. Maybe he has served 10 years. I can't remember how many years he has spent in prison before the daughter came out to say that she was actually lured by her mother to lie that her father sexually abused her, whereas it was a boyfriend of the mother that raped her. But the mother said the daughter should say his father. And yes, 10 years. Do you want to share that, Patrick? I think you shared that with me as well, or I heard it.
Yeah, so it was an 8-year-old girl. She said her father sexually harassed her and the likes. So after she clocked 18, she started feeling guilty about it, and the father had already spent 10 years in jail. So she went to say, like, it was her mother that said she should say it because her mother's boyfriend then had something with her. So they decided to plan against the father, and now the mother is dead. And now they just released the father. It's an African girl.
Now, people will say that, oh, in court, they will have got evidence, they will have, the country is so perfect, it's so standard, this country is well developed, or the country is well developed. If it's an African, they want to cover up, if because that is a very sensitive topic, sensitive case, Oh, why would the father do that? But there are a lot of hidden things that is happening. There are a lot of hidden things that is happening. Thank God it's not a sexual matter of this gentleman, but at the same time, it's about child neglect, child abuse, or whatever it is called. And now social service have got involved, police have got involved. So the part of it now, I think the man said police have dropped the case. Okay, maybe it's not this one. Daniel, let's bring up, because men are not speaking out. They are not speaking. They have that injury in their heart, and we don't want it to get to a level of suicidal, And if they speak out, is it that people will not support them? Is it that there's no services to support them? Because there are a lot of services. When you hear this, oh, there are services, but are they really getting that support? I don't know whether Mr. Ben Biggs is available, is around. Mommy Ben Biggs, is Daddy around today?
Yes. Well, it's been, it's kind of a complicated cases with different reasons. And if I take it from where I came in, like when you asked that, was the woman prepared her mind that when she gets to UK, that she's going to, seek for divorce or separate, just because some people for many years, and I think when the late queen was still alive and in power, that is woman that owns the house in UK. And that is the mentality that some people come in and say, once your husband, even if your husband doesn't do anything, but once you just say, my husband beat me, and this country will spend a lot of money on domestic abuse and violence, and because there has been evidence that it could lead to death, it could lead to physical disability, mental health. Once you just ring social services and you just tell them that your husband is, and before the police will attend to it, they will ask for what is called consent from you. Do you want to press charges? As soon as you say you want to press charges, then the police will move and take action. One of the safest things the social services is going to do for you at that time is to risk assess and say it is not safe for that person who is the perpetrator of the abuse to stay with you. So that is why they say the police will come, ask the man to take few things that belongs to him and move and go and find somewhere else to live. Now, we have a lot of men that have been displaced because of that. Now, we don't really know who might have caused the issue that has led to that. But the thing is that one person was not submissive to the other in listening and managing the conflict. Now, this men will be out there. Some men will be lucky, they might find another woman to bring them in. There's a single mother to my be out there. That is another man that is lucky. Some might get derailed, go into mental health, they'll not pick up their life again because they've depended on this woman, they've depended that they've got children, they're working hard, but they cannot cope again with life. But the thing is that once they separate the husband or the father or the partner from the mother, in most cases, then there's no follow-up with the man. So there's no thing that the only thing I know, which I had a colleague for like many years, my colleague's son is the same age as my daughter. He had a woman, had a child, then decided they're not together again. So it was a Nigerian Jamaican. Despite that, the woman took him to social services, took him to this, took him to that. He has to pay money to the woman every month till the child turns 18 years. So from a salary, so when we were working together, then he would say, oh, if he does overtime, the more overtime he does, the more money HM Revenue would send to his wife's account. So then he has to pay that for 18 years. Well, he's almost rounding up. The boy is going to be 15 soon, so it's 3 more years to pay. But what I'm saying is that is one of the things that the social services, the police, the HM Revenue, we hold on a man, particularly because you are got parental responsibility for those children. Many years ago, if you have issues with your husband, you do this, you do that, immediately cancel a house. Now, there's a lot of people waiting on council house. And I understand that people have to bid. And depending on your circumstances, your bidding might not even get picked up soon. So now what they do now is that if this one and this one, they will look for what is called this organization that settles husband and wife. And then by the time, I think it's mutilation or something like that, I can't remember the English, then those are the people that they will refer you to. When they refer you to them, they will try to mend it because looking at cost of things is now becoming more expensive for social services to fix. Because little problem, and don't forget that social services are aware that people are making it up because of what they want to get. In a real situation where the abuse is existing, you are obliged, you are meant to report it for safety. But we found out that some people are now reporting it not as extent as it is, or maybe because they just want to punish their husband. And people that depend on each other for COS or for work permit or for student visa, it will be so disastrous if someone sold everything they have in Nigeria or any other country, come to this country, like, let's start our life together again, and then along the way, the person is being separated, left with nothing. So it's a problem, societal problem. And the difficulty about it is that the social amenities is not enough for the number of people that are coming in and are coming with the same problem. Already, there's a lot of people who are in the system who have this same problem, which the society is fixing. But my take on it is that if the husband or the wife have been abusing themselves, say for instance from Nigeria, where it has not been reported, or maybe it has been reported but it's been swept under the carpet, and then someone then decides that once we get to UK, whether you abuse me like you used to abuse me in Nigeria before, or you don't abuse me in Nigeria as you used to abuse me in Nigeria, I'm going to use the government of this land to teach you a lesson. Some people would not expect it to this extreme. And some people would just think that, oh, maybe if they just set me to pull his hairs, then he will learn. But some cases will go beyond pulling hairs, particularly cases where there are children. Because then the children, every child that passed through Heathrow or Gatwick into this country is UK's responsibility, whether they have papers or they don't have papers, or they are born here or not. So UK is not going to allow any child to be at risk. And I remember then, I'm not so sure with Children's Services Safeguarding many years ago, there's this team that's called MASH, Multi-Agency Safeguarding Hub. If there's a domestic violence that's been disclosed, if the children there is less than 2 years, I think, they get taken away. So it's so many things that comes with it. However, if an abuse exists, it needs to be reported. But maybe there are organizations that are supporting men. I'm not very sure, and that will be very slim, because don't forget that it looks like a stigma for a man to come and report that my wife beats me. Maybe from where we come from, Africans, you will hardly see a man coming to say, rather than that, they just keep to themselves their emotions, manage it, and brave it on. But it's always us women, because we can't manage emotions, we would go and report. So if somebody is planning that when I get to this country, I'm going to deal with my husband or deal with my wife, then you have to consider what you left back home. What's the purpose of coming here? Did you come with the children? What is the children's future? And following what the last uncle that spoke said, it might be linked to spiritual. Because then, look at it, when you look at things physically, you look at it in the spiritual realm as well. Or perhaps it's the children that the enemy wants to distract their destiny. So why would you allow flimsy things? Why would you allow things that we can say to you? You can speak to somebody that can speak to your wife or speak to your husband. You have charity organizations, you have religious organizations, you have people you can speak to, so that you can resolve it amicably. And most things that cause problem is finances. And then you is going to work today. I am working more than you. You are not spending the money. I am spending more than you. So there are little things that it would take a time for people who have just come in to settle. But at the same time, you still have to take in turns. So it's not going to be bed of roses as you come to UK. It is hard. Even people that have been here for over 20 years are still working hard. People are still working 2 jobs, and it doesn't look as if they are achieving or they are saving. So it's hard. So you that you have even just come, you still have to meddle in. So you might not get the expensive job, the big job that you're doing in Nigeria here, but you'll have to start from somewhere. So I think the best ordeal is to speak to ourselves as couples and see how we can do. There's a large number of people who are single parenting. And like I've said before on this platform, I mean, I've done 3 dissertations in this country, and all my 3 topics is around single parenting, education, children, and this and that. What research is saying is that it's too many children who are single parenting children are more linked to crime. They are linked to them not achieving their education goals. They are linked to so many things. They are linked to this one. They are the ones that are found with counting lines. They are the ones that are found with drugs. They are the ones misbehaving in school. They are the ones doing this because the single parent there figure is busy. She has to work hard so that she can feed, and what she cannot give the child will get it from dealing with drugs. So if you look at the aftermath of it, sometimes you might have just say, well, for the sake of my children, not in an extreme abuse situation that is physically impacting, I will sort this relationship out to work. So I think I've been able to wrap up from what I've picked up.
Thank you very much, ma. I will come back to Daddy Ben Bakes if he's there. Mr. Daddy, which area are you? I need to change your. I forgot your area. Put your area in the chat on Zoom, and if you want to speak, take a mic. Yeah, which area are you from? Okay, you are busy. Yes, I understand you are busy where you are. Okay, no worries. We cannot even hear you clearly. I know you love to share, but you are busy where you are. No worries. I'm not sure if Bristol is still there. I think he's also supposed to go to work. He's a dependent on the wife. So, like Mr. Banky mentioned, is a dependent. So, you need to, if this country is his decision to stay back, you need to start looking at to settle his leave to remain. That's the first thing. And other than being asked to pay for child maintenance, if the mother still go to make a claim, I think there's no need for that. That DNA, he might want to do it just to clear his mind, but for his sanity, for his mental health well-being, I think might be one of the last things to consider. One of the last things to consider. Obviously, it will be painful to him if it eventually come out to be not him, and yet he's been go through this all because of those kids.
Yeah, and can I come in, sir?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. And in most cases that issues like these that have happened, I think I've come to realize that the both parties are, in most cases, always find it difficult to come down and understand that they need to make things happen. Like the case of the brother that I said is now in United States. At first, when I said we need to go and look for this lady and make sure that we settle whatever that have made her to pack out of the house, the brother said no. After all, he didn't ask her to pack out of the house. I'm just saying this so that every one of us will learn from this topic you brought today, sir. He said no, he's not going to go to her. That after all, he packed out of the house. He didn't ask so person. He mentioned her name. He didn't ask her to move and all of that. At first, the man was thinking is just the usual way. After a while, they will get talking and everything will be settled again. And I think he actually wasted time. He didn't go. That's why I will be calling. We need to go. We need to do all of this. So by the time he will be willing to now go, when it's done on him that it's like this lady is actually going. You know what the lady said? The lady said, sir, I so much respected you, but if this man would have come earlier, then maybe there would have been solution. Why do I could understand that in between the time that the man was just thinking she's coming back, devil is so trickish. It might be at that point in time that the old schoolmates or the former lover would just send the kind of message. And what I've come to realize about marriage is you don't allow any loophole in your marriage to the extent that an outsider would get to know what is happening in your home. either to you, the husband, or to you, the wife. So probably there might be a reconnection between her and old person that now makes her to say, oh, I think it's even done now that I'm not going back. And one way or the other, that one keep deceiving her and all of that. So if anything is happening in marriages, we shouldn't allow it to linger before we settle it quick. Like our brother that I'm not saying that is his own case, but I know since this has happened now, one way or the other, himself would have been saying, if I had known, I would have prevented this, I would have done this, I would have done that. But I can still put it to him, if he's on the platform, that it is not late. Our women, we need to also be sincere with ourselves. In as much as we have said, they are this, they are that, they are this, they are very wonderful. They have good heart, and they are easy to forgive when they mean to. But most of us, the ego would always make us not to go back to them when we're supposed to. I'm saying that even with this situation now, if not the issue of maybe somebody is coming to sleep in the house, of course, that the man said he has evidence. If not that, I can tell you, there's no any marriage that it is can be completely out of hand, that if the man is willing to make things to work, it's just a matter of getting to speak with people who can speak with her. Because I used to say this to people that care. I said, you can't come this far from Nigeria. You've sacrificed, you've done visa, you know what stress you pass through. If it means for you to be mumu for some years to make things to work for the sake of those children, I don't think it will be too hard to do. By the time the children grow up, you always get to it in life. Always know that even if I want to do anything now, I'm cheating myself, not longer my husband. You can imagine a woman of maybe 49, 50 thereabout. Whatever you want to do at that point, you will know that is your pride you are trading, not to hurt anyone. So if at this point the man knows that there are things he can still do, irrespective of whoever that is coming to sleep in that house, to make things work. Because I know it is very hot. It might look like, oh, if it's you, can you take it? I know what I am saying. For the time being that you will get settled, the children will get settled, and if the woman later realizes that what a mistake, even if you want to go and marry today, the person you are going to marry may be probably once like your wife. Somebody who has probably been with a man and out of the marriage and all of that. So if there's anything the man think he can do, even at this stage, that will make everything to work. Today now, if the woman should go back to say, I think so person has turned a new leaf, and I think I can be able to live with him now. He's now a good man. He's doing what he's supposed to do. They will forget about them. Just like our sister said, there are a lot of cases on their desk that they are even very happy to see that a case is resolved. So if that is the way to go by now, I think it will still be good, because it's not too late. It will be too late when the lady now think, oh, the next, because in a situation like this, the next thing that women always think of is, I've pushed him out of the house, I need to push him out of the sponsorship. Because immediately you push that man out of the sponsorship, the next thing is how she will probably bring in another person. So if divorce is not in place yet, maybe somebody is advising them.
Sorry to interject you, sir. Save the woman. Didn't the man say he has signed the divorce papers?
Oh, he has signed the divorce.
Yeah, the wife has brought, yes.
He has brought divorce, and like that was like as I heard like few months ago already. She has brought divorce paper which he had signed. And in this case, the child was already, like, the police was involved.
Yes.
Did they press charges or not, sir?
I think he said they've dropped the charges against him. So
they dropped the charges, but it won't be easy.
But the wife,
like Nigeria,
paper, then it is beyond what I've just said now. But in most cases, just like the experience from what those ones that I've seen, this has always been my involvement, and sincerely, I'm sure we have women on the platform. Sincerely, if it is tackled earlier, the issue of divorce will not come to play. The other lady that I told you about, the man that is in America now, to the glory of God, it's not me, but I can say God used me to stop whatever divorce or no divorce. The lady was pressing to get the divorce paper, and I made her to understand some certain things. He said, "Sir, for you, we are not doing divorce. We will separate for now. I know we are not coming back again. But even if we are not coming back again, believe me, if the man plays his role very well, they will always come back again." But for this, our brother's case, I will still conclude on what I said earlier, that he needs to now guide his mental health.
Exactly.
He needs to now guide his source of income. When I say source of income, where money will come to table, don't allow this to affect it. And I would also advise that if he's in health sector, he should quickly go and look up to how he will do diploma level 3. With that one, he can easily get certificates of sponsorship for maybe in domiciliary or all of that, so that once he gets back to his feet, he will not have much to look back to as his losses. But if he didn't do all of this, believe me, there are a lot of people in this kind of scenario who have concluded on the next thing is to go back to Nigeria. And if he goes back to Nigeria, it's not really going to be easy. Where is he going to start? And what will he go and tell people back home? But it's not as if going back is worst. If that is going to be what will help him in his for the rest of his life. It is weird that we have seen this place as if there's nothing. If not, there's nothing absolutely. So if he can do all of these, I think it will help him so as for him not to get drawn in that.
Thank you very much. Bito Milola, wait happen to her plenty, but one woman go contribute now, whether you go understand from there. I need you to be up here, Mama. Thank you for joining. There is, there are cases whereby social service will get involved and lawyer will get involved. They will go to court, and the option lawyer will give to women is that the first thing, if you separate, the first thing, if you divorce, if you say you don't have anything to do with that man again, you are more likely.
That's the problem. That's
told me.
Yeah, well, I don't want to bring that now. What I'm trying to say is that this is option they give to many people. In fact, they will tell the social worker will be the one that, if it's me, I will divorce that man straight away and you have your child back. If they can tell this, if they can have told the women, these ones that are not even planning to divorce or separate their husband, that love their husband so much,
they won't divorce.
How much more somebody that's already willing to go out or looking for something to go out?
Exactly.
Will it not be easy something? So, Durham, take a mic.
Yes, sir. So
and
that's what I wanted to.
It's going to be for the benefit of the children. We need to push children into this matter. Children impact their life. Go ahead, Durham.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to add, because in my own case, I won't say anything about myself, but what I wanted to say is when we got to the court, they told me that me and my husband, we are still together. So for that reason, they won't bring my son. I was like, police are doing their investigation. They haven't found my husband guilty. So why will you want me to divorce my husband? A marriage of 10 years? I don't understand. You see? So for this woman case, I feel, although we've not heard from her own part, she might also have her own flaw. I mean, the man might also have his own flaws. So, with or without his own story, without her own story coming up, I will say that the woman already have this interior motive. There is no love in that marriage. There is no love, because if there is genuine love, there is no way you will be in this mess where you know that you are having a child care proceeding issue in the court, and you are bringing another man into your house when your husband is away. I know how traumatizing this whole issue are. You understand? So it's not a period of, even me, I can't even allow my husband to touch me, not to talk of another man touching me when I know my own son is not here. So I see no reason why that woman will do that. She already have that issue. She already have that mind of leaving the marriage. So she wanted the perfect time to strike. And this is what has happened. So I still go on the plan with the man having that DNA done. You understand? I still believe he should go and do that DNA to know the paternity of those kids. Because for the wife of that man to say, let the woman do let the man do a DNA, there is a reason why she's saying it. And she wouldn't want to say it out to the man. Let them be an evidence. You understand? So that's what I want to add. Irrespective of every trauma the man is going to pass through, if the result come out positive or negative, let it be done now than later.
Thank you very much. Because a lot of people want to contribute. They want to contribute to this matter. Good evening, Mama Ibitomi Lola. Ayoba, ṣàlàáfíà ni. Ìgboro ti dàrú ni. Ìgboro ti dàrú.
Ọlọ́run jọ̀wọ́.
No, okay, Shemido's bro. Oh, everywhere it's raining everywhere. It's raining everywhere. There's always issues that social service will get involved. And the first option or best option would be to divorce or to separate each other. And there are
of the children.
What
Sorry,
did you
why separation and divorce? Sorry.
when there's a issue around neglect, abuse, or any whatever that matters, and
Okay.
so if both said it doesn't happen, it happened, or there's probably that, okay, in this situation, mother is not at home, is at work at that time, or probably like that, okay, that injury might be sustained or might not be sustained while the father is food feeding a child, and looking after the child because the mother is at work. So the mother said, okay, I think I will go to divorce so that I can have my kids back. But it gets to a stage that the husband found out the woman already had another affair as well back home. But luckily for that affair, that man is also in the UK now. So by the time the man was separated, left home, while the care proceeding is going on, the other man is also coming to that house. To the extent that the wife, what is that? To the extent that the wife of that other woman had to call this man that, do you know that on my birthday, this woman did not come home. It traveled to your area. Really, what happened? Say they were going, and the wife also told the man that they were going for conference because they are in the same profession. To cut the story short, they've returned the children back to the mother, and the mother has filed for divorce now, and the divorce is going ahead. But the man is now saying he even wants to do DNA to even know he has left everything back home in Nigeria just to come and support the wife, the children here. But now he has found himself into this mess. He's not even sure whether it's the paternity. It doesn't show the paternity of the children. So he wants to do DNA. So has he gone too far for it? Is the action is too far, or is it necessary to do DNA? And also, he is a dependent on the woman. What next? what will he do?
Even if he does not ask for DNA now, the social service, before they can allow him to start seeing those children again or something, they will push for the DNA.
When the children have been returned back, social service might not push for the DNA. It is when the children are still with the local authority and they are focusing on those children, you know, like Ragabo, you know, if they have much interest in keeping those children in care, it could be long term, it could be adoption, it could be anything. That's when all this DNA will be coming from the other side. But for now, it's a family matter. It's an issue, it's a civil matter. Because the children have been returned back. They might not even be on the care plan again. Do you understand what I mean? So there might not be any supervision order, or I think Mommy Bembase knows that very well. There might not be any supervision order or anything, and there might not even be other child in need, there might not be other child protection. So the case might have been closed completely. And if the case closed completely, they are not open to the social services again. They are not open to them. If the mother is a dependent and still looking for to regularize her stay, then they might still be supporting them within that area. They might still be supporting them. But for now, it's a family matter. It's a family matter. But why should we wait to get to UK before this crisis coming out? That's the concern. And can we start educating the need, if it's necessary, separation? People should be teaching, religious leaders should be teaching family separation with ease. These people, they are separating, they are divorcing, and they still prioritize their children. They still love their children, they still care, they still join hands without quarrel. But we just stop contact. We have about 10 fathers today in a group I created that they have not seen their children for 6 months, 6 to 10 months. They have not seen their children in the UK. And they came to UK together. They have not seen their children. No contact. But men does not want to speak out. For this one to even speak out, we need to appreciate him. There are still men inside Zoom here, in my room here. Maybe they're at work. They are listening. They are not, because they need to work. They could not speak. So, Madam Ibitomilola, what is happening over there? Let me bring Mommy Ben. People on the box. J Good, have you got something to say? Real bots, have you got something to say? Feyi Shara or Feyi Shayo? Feyi Shayo, I've got something to contribute. I want to bring people on the comment section.
You can bring people up. Me, I'm in Nigeria, I'm learning. And one of my sister is on the FYP, I guess. She's on the FYP.
Which
I just shared the life to her.
Who is that your sister?
I'll tell her to pop in.
Okay.
Hopefully she's not busy.
Okay. You be like, say, yes, Gilbert, I'll bring you up now. Or you want to become the queen of the kingdom? Jake Good. Is that why you come up?
Me? You know, I'm always here.
I can't hear you.
I'm always here. You know, I'm always here. I'm always here just to support, to like. To
okay.
Help, you know?
Thank you.
And to learn.
So don't mind. Let me borrow your seat. Let me borrow your seat quickly.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Okay. I want to bring people. If you are Mommy Bembase, let me bring you quickly before I bring Gilbert. So that if you want to add something there, before I bring Gilbert, if there's something you need to add. Anything to add now? Real bots, anything to add? Where are you streaming from?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Where are you streaming from?
Good evening, Pastor Bankole. How are you, sir?
Banky, Pastor Banky.
Yeah, Pastor Banky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm streaming from the United States.
Okay. Is it happening in Devade as well? Is it happening there? Is it happening in Canada? Is it happening everywhere?
Oh, no. I've been in the comment board for some time now, and I've been following the program, and I I just have one or two things to say about stuff like this. I hope Pastor Pankole is still there.
He's still there. We might be busy. You will talk later.
Oh, right. I got you. He was actually talking about a couple that came to United States. That came to United Kingdom. So I am the husband. And the woman he was actually talking about was my wife. We both came to the United Kingdom. On this platform, I've never had this kind of conversation. But I want to say something. Most Nigerian women, they don't love their husband. Most of them. They just stay in relationship for what they want to get.
Excuse me.
I have a sister. I said most. I didn't say all. So don't object me yet.
No. Hold on, please. We just want to check with you because you've come out to buttress what Pastor Banke have said by identifying yourself. So we need to check with you to see that are you okay to say it without having any flashback of trauma or feeling emotionally distressed after sharing it.
And is there anybody there? Is there anybody there to support you through the journey?
I am 100% okay. No. Forget about trauma. I think that was about 6 months or 8 months ago. I'm fine now.
Okay, so we just need to check with you. If you're disclosing it,
Madam, thank you.
Then we need to know your
mental ability to share it.
That's fine.
Fine. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very, very fine. I want people to learn from what I want to say, especially the men. I am so sorry for this man. This man that I'm seeing his image. I'm so sorry for him. It's unfortunate. A lot of men have been caught in a web of this kind of unpalatable issues in the United Kingdom. It's unfortunate. Pastor Bankole has said virtually everything that he knows about me and my ex-wife. But one thing that he said while I was at the comment section was I was reluctant to go get my wife back. No, I was not reluctant. When the issue first happened, he was there for me. I thank God for people like him, for some people God used for me in the United Kingdom, and for the lawyer that was there for me as well. She rendered a service without getting any money from me. May God bless that woman. And before God opened another door for me to move to the United States today. I am in the United States and I'm studying here for free. I'm doing my master's degree here for free without paying any money. So people should not think maybe I don't know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing and I thank God. I actually we wanted to go get her back because I didn't understand what just happened. Everything happened like a shock, like a drama, you know. I was like, what's the meaning of all of this? So initially she moved to, I'm sure she must be on this app now. She must be hearing me. She's got a law community in the United Kingdom. She's got a brother who was part of the people who actually destroyed our home. I got a folder for them. I got their story in their inbox because we got a child together. And I'm very sure when that child grows up, she needs to see all of this. The impact of her father, the impact of her brother, and the impact of everyone that has put that child in the condition that she is today. So she first of all moved from Stoke-on-Trent. She moved to London. She goes stay there with a cousin who has also divorced her husband. Her cousin lived in London. That one also, her husband brought her to United Kingdom and she has divorced the man. She goes stay there first. Then I didn't know all of that. It was later I got to know. Then she told me she was in London. So I told Pastor Bankole. Pastor Bankole was like, we will go there, we will go get her back. Then I agree, I will go with her. I will go with Pastor Bankole. Then later on, we got to know that she has moved from London, moved to Sunderland, where her brother lives. Her brother lives in Sunderland. So then I said, no, I will not go with Pastor Bankole to Sunderland. Because in Yoruba land, stuff like that cannot happen. When a woman packs her load from her husband's house and go back to to their own house, that means she has made up her mind. This is someone that I got married to legally in Nigeria. I had a relationship with for 2 years with no sex. She wanted 3 weddings. I did 3 weddings for her. I was a full-time banker in Nigeria before I decided to travel out. And 8 years of my life, I was investing on her and on her alone. Because I wanted the relationship to work out. Of course, not that. And I want men to learn from here. When you see red flags in your relationship, don't overlook it. Not that I didn't see red flag. I saw red flag and I told her 2 times while we were still in a relationship that I wanted to opt out. 2 times. I told her, no, I will not be able to continue. But she will kneel down and beg. She will beg. She will beg. Then I overlook it. And what I was seeing as red flag then was actually the pain of that relationship, of the marriage. So I said, since she has moved to her brother's house in Sunderland, I am not going there. I have a father, I have a mother, I have a brother who is in UK today. None of these people called any of my parents or called my brother before they made this draconian decision or draconian move, so to say. I was not at home. I was at work. I went from one work to another work. Then I came back in the morning. I did not meet my daughter. You have already left the house. You packed all your load. It was just like a drama. From day work to night shift, then came back the following morning. This was somebody I took to Dubai with my money 2 times. From Dubai, brought her to United Kingdom, sent her to school, paid all the school fees without paying with paid with pounds from my pocket. Then I had a landed property in Nigeria. When she was coming to meet me in Dubai, because I was so committed to her, I handed over my document of my property to her when I was leaving the country. So when she was coming to join me, she took my property and my documents. She gave it to her dad, to her parents. My parents are in Nigeria. She didn't go give them, but gave it to her parents. I asked her, why did you hand over my document to your parents when she got to Dubai? She said, I didn't know my parents also. So technically, she was right. So I felt like, okay, no problem. Before we moved to the United Kingdom, I got a call from my site back in Nigeria that one of my landed property, a land that has not been developed, the Omonile people, they wanted to sell it to another person. So I called her. I said, this is what I got from Nigeria. Please call daddy, let him, because the money that I got the land from was like, I should present my document when I bought the land. Lo and behold, they couldn't find the document for my land up to today. I lost that land, was taken over by Omonile people, and was sold out to another person. I went to Nigeria last year before I came to the United States. I went to that land and I met another building on top of my land. So that was 2021. I lost that land. And I still forgave them before I brought their daughter to United Kingdom 2022 to come and do a master's. Not me doing master's, she to come and do a master's. Our brother is in Sunderland for 23 years. That guy could not bring his own sister to the United Kingdom.
Don't let us be carried away.
He did not know. Because I was like, this is just my family. So I did all of that for my family. But immediately we got to the United Kingdom, he was advising me and my wife that we should be keeping our phones separate. That is our brother in the United Kingdom. Some of the times I came online, I will see him dishing out advice to people, and I will just be shaking my head. So when he took over his sister, I decided I will not go back there to go check on them. I mean, to go get my wife back. I don't know, because he called me, he was like, this was just a joke. I was like, do you mean you were pranking me with this kind of a joke by telling my wife to leave my house without, and you were telling me it's a joke, you know? So I took that decision that I was not going back to them, that I was not going to his house, because first of all, I don't know what I've done wrong. And if I have done anything wrong, I have done so much for them to forgive. If they were reasonable, for them to forgive before they would take any action, if at all I have done anything wrong. You people did not call my parents, you did not call my brother, you just took that decision. Then I got to the United States, they began to look for me. I am here, but I'm seeing what is happening there. I can see what they are doing. Even as they are in England, I can see what they do. Then they began to look for me. She will call me from England. She will call my number here. She will not call me on WhatsApp. She will be calling me on my direct number. Because immediately I got to the United States, I wrote my number. So my number was still going through. Then after some time, our brother went online to make video, thinking I was under a woman, a British woman, hiding there in England. Unknown to them that I had already moved out of the country, and I've decided to follow up my dream. What I would advise on men there is, as you are in the UK, don't lose guard and plan for yourself as you are planning for your family. Most of these women, I have a sister too. My sister brought her husband to the United States. My sister lived here. My sister has been in this country for about 15 years now. She brought her husband here, and we don't treat our husband like this. Most of them, You don't know them when you are with them in Nigeria. And when they get to this part of the world, you begin to see the person you have married. Invest on yourself as you are trying to invest on the woman that you think you love. The mother of your kid, as you said. Invest on yourself. That's my advice for the men. And I want to rest my case.
Thank you for sharing. And this platform is for people to learn, to share, and to also educate our community. In part, because this is telling us, it is telling on us. Also educate our community. In part, because this is telling us, and to also educate. Gilbert, it brought echo. I'll bring you up again. I'll brought you again. So we need to start educating ourselves. It's affecting our community. When we say social service, they destroy my family, they did this one. Now we first open our yansh. Now we first get this matter. If the social service did not get involved in one way or the other, there will be easy way, easy right. Though there are women that move out recently, and to them, they know better. But now we dey open our eyes. Ìlú tí ò fẹ́ ni tẹ́lẹ̀ tá tí wá ń dárin. Ẹni àfẹ́ nílùú tó ń dárin àbí báwo ló ṣe máa ń sọ. Gilbert, send a request again. I want to hear from you. I know you said you want to contribute. Gilbert, send a request again. When you came up, it brought echo. That is why. And please, if you want to contribute on Zoom, if you're on Zoom, put a comment on Zoom if you want to contribute. If you want to contribute, put a comment on Zoom if you want to contribute. It's always good to develop ourselves. Yes, Gilbert, I'm just waiting for you. If you want to share quickly. Ibitomi, take a mic before Gilbert come up, Mama.
Good evening, sir.
Tó bá sọ pé ó gbẹnu tán. This is Oriyomi of UK. Agidigbo.
Sherry, it is well. Just like I do. Bó ṣe wà lóbìnrin náà ló ṣe wà lókùnrin. Kọ́lọ́run ṣàánú wa. Nǹkan táwọn obìnrin wa ń dánwò, our women. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm also a woman, no, because there's a case that I know you get a more when in Middlesbrough. This person, this guy came in before bringing his family. He was working like 2-3, just before he gathered money and brought his family to the UK. The woman showed this gentleman when unnecessarily, we don't know why, to the extent that Ote Ferron lost one Adura Atawe.
This man also, is he not already going to prison? If the police has found him or whatever, he will have been in prison. The other man that spent 10 years in prison just for the sake that the wife wants to bring in another man.
We have to be genuine with our intention as women. And it makes it hard for everyone to not believe those that are genuinely in trouble or those that are genuinely going through marital problems and everything like that. I just believe that some people get carried away once they get in here. Like I used to tell people, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's pressure from friends or family, or you want to be someone, or because you just see that the law is there and you just want to, I don't even understand, misuse the system. I don't know what to call it. But we've got children. I can't, what we actually, except if the man is very, except of domestic violence or any other thing, but there's always a way to handle issues, especially Ojo Tomobatiwa. Ṣàánú wa kó tó di pé ẹbí kìíní ẹbí kejì ẹbí kẹta ẹ ṣáà ti máa mọra yín débì kankan kó ṣáà ti máa jẹlẹ, and if there's red flag kó tó di pé ẹbí kìíní ẹbí kẹta ẹbí kẹrin ó yẹ ká ti mọ̀ ká dẹ̀ ti try to rectify or exit at that time, not try to destroy one another. Honestly speaking, in this UK, men are actually going through a lot, and because they don't speak out, and when they speak out, they get laughed at of like, oh, they just generalize it that, and there are still some good men. There are still some good men, and same with women. There are good women and there are bad women. We cannot shy away from that. But in the process of trying to do whatever we have, revenge or whatever we call it, we should look at the children. Ọ̀rọ̀ ọkùnrin àti obìnrin mo máa sọ pé ó ṣòro dá sí because àwọn ìmí toxicity yẹn gan pàápàá ó dàbí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ kán carry on nìyẹn. It's just so crazy. But these children are the ones that suffered all these things at the end of the day. Because you are earning some, I don't know how much you are earning. To the editing do, be a housewife in Nigeria, the baby, the rule, the year, lily, editor, where I am my parent. I used to tell you, yeah, Ruri, Nikini, one. Mo bí ilé tó yẹ kí n dá sí bẹ́ẹ̀ jáde kọ́ náà ṣàṣàánú wa ká ṣàṣe dáadáa ká máa lọ́pọ̀lọ́ wa láti ṣe ìtọ́jà àti obìnrin àti ọkùnrin kọ́ náà yẹ kó wa.
And one of the worst thing is that a kàn tún dára wa síta ni torí gbogbo àwọn social service gbogbo police gbogbo they already know these tactics now. They know all these things now. So we that we are advocating now, they go call they tell us say
wait. Kí ni gbogbo nọ́sẹ̀nsì yẹn kí ló dé any little thing báyìí ẹ ti fẹ́ sọ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọgbẹ́ ni mo bá gé ọkọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ jọ́sìn mo ní sí wọ́n ti wọ́n ní no I'm going to call the police. Ó nà ẹ̀mí kí ló ṣe fún ẹ kí ló ṣe fún ẹ gẹ́gẹ́gẹ́ tó fi òun wá sórí TikTok jù dẹ̀ máa jókòó máa jọ sọ tàbí kó lọ bá òbí ẹ̀ kẹjọ sọ èwo ni kó sọ pé dandandandandan ó ṣàmà pé ìjọba tó bá pọlọ́pàá sí tó mo lè wọlé ilé ìtọ́ lọ́mọ kékeré lọ́wọ́ yìí. Just because you can call police at will doesn't mean that's not the result. Except you.
There's even one case that the husband got to know that the wife is having extramarital and already aborted even before the man brought the woman. The little time that they were separate, the man was here, the woman got pregnant, aborted it. By the time they want to bring her again, already had another pregnancy, and the man still brought him without knowing. But on getting here, she would look for a way to terminate. Before you know, they call the people for back home. They say they use juju. They talk and for phone, say the thing go come down. The husband got the evidence, got those things, where they do the record, everything. Before you, when you know, say don't know like this, he ran come out for house. He go tell social service, say the man they abusive. Now social service say they look for everything, they don't say any abusive, but because she come now, the children the other child in need, they give the house. But for the man to see the pikin, they say the woman said she don't want. They ask the man to go court if he wants to see pikin. Now he want go court, go seek court order now. He don't go pay for lawyer, now free. So a lot is happening. And the men now, they are speaking up. When they know say this na lie, they go talk say na lie. Even they use the matter of FGM. They say they ran come up because the man they plan to travel to carry pikin go Nigeria, go do FGM. Meanwhile, it's the same man that brought the pikin. The pikin don't grow till 9 years, 8 years. He no think of FGM. And he still brought them here. Now he won't carry them, go back, go do FGM. And so service that's accepted because now concern. The FGM, they get projects, they get money, they get funding. It's a matter of concern.
Sorry, sir. For that FGM stuff, it's just coincidence. I had training about it all day today. When there is a disclosure or suspicion of FGM or anything for a job, we don't ask men the question.
Yes.
So if anybody say my husband wants to take my child for FGM, no, we don't. It's only the woman. So that is we don't question men because men are not involved in FGM.
Social service have people found out now that these are not issue, but the fact that the children are not coming, they cannot force them. They cannot force. They said they cannot force the children to even come, and they cannot even breach the right of the mother to force her that she must have return back to you or make the children to see you. They can't do that. They can't interfere. It's a family matter. It's a civil case. Go back to court. Go to court and seek legal action. Now, mommy,
people use lots of things anyway,
there's something we call common sense and logical. If a child has lived from 0 to 9 years back home, there's nothing of such. Coming over here, spend money to bring them here, and there's no ticket that you bought to travel. There's no plan for holiday to go for there, and they just come to services that, oh, I run away from my life. My children they want to carry my children to go and do this, and they collected them.
No, even what for further investigation, once you say, oh, which even if you say your husband, we know it's a woman thing, it's not men. Even if you say, oh, or both couples would agree, but in most cases the woman, you just say it, then we'll keep the information. We allow airports. That is the so you cannot take it out, and you cannot use it as a point to seek for action against the man. It's not. There's some things that they've exposed. People have exposed social services to so many things.
They are still doing it in this Northeast, though.
Only one person.
They are still accepting it in Northeast.
Yeah, the person you present it to will present it to another person. They will juggle it together. There's an association, the FGN, there's a charity organization, there's so many things because people use it to implicate their husband.
Oluwatoyin is FGM, female genital mutilation, like a cutting, any type of cutting in a female part. FGM.
That is a big concern. It's a problem.
It's a big issue, but people are taking advantage of that now.
Yeah, to implicate their husband, but anyway, I don't think there should be any reason for anybody to put another person into trouble.
They were still doing it in the Northeast here. That was the issue. I have the case file. I have report. Even social service, they always copied me in their correspondence. That was the basis. They got involved. It was recently, they now said the child has even disclosed mother used to chastise them. And now, if the mother is not careful, they might remove the children eventually. If they find out, if they carry the investigation and they eventually find out, now you run away, say your husband wants to do this, even though the husband said it doesn't never happen, it's never happened. But now they have not made the father to see the children in the last 7 months now. And he needs to get money to go to court.
She must have said, possibly she must have added some other points to it, or not to give the man daughter in doubt and say that maybe it could be possible, but because what she has disclosed is in a kind of an abuse, it's not something that is legal. So that is why they would not let the man to have contact with
the social services. They even did well at a point because we asked for indirect contact or buying gifts, sending card, and they said, yeah, that's fine. If only one day the man took it to the social worker and they sent it he took himself to the children. He came back with a report that they were so excited, they were so happy, they love it, they put it on immediately. The next second one like this, they have to return it to the man. They said children does not want again. What has happened? Because they took those things. Yeah, they don't want any gift. They don't want anything from the daddy. They don't want to hear from that. They don't want any letter. Because the social service took that thing to the mother unexpectedly, first time, and was able to give it to children. And they were so excited. Probably after that, the mother has seen that maybe the sign of love. Yeah, that is coming on the way.
It's different from other culture. I mean, when you come across some cases that even if the father has done something, like he's committed a crime and is in prison for years, and they're separated with the dad and the mom, that is even if he was involved in criminal act, you still, because of the children's mental health, the children's well-being, you don't want to separate the contact from the children. The only when the law will separate contact is if the father or the mother is a perpetrator of an abuse or is high risk to the children's life. but we also want to maintain contact. It might be supervised contact. It might be contact that is written. It might be contact that the social worker have to be there or a sessional worker. But then it will be in extreme cases that the judge will say, "Daddy, don't call the child again." So because they want to mend that father-child relationship, because it is impacting on these children. The lack of one parent, it makes the balance, it doesn't balance in the life of these children. So as much as the parent is having issues with themselves, they will still make sure. And if you look at these other colors, they say that the courts will share it. The children will go to dad one weekend, go to mom the other weekend, go to dad on holiday, go to dad Friday, come back Monday to Tuesday. They still share the contact. So, which I think is good for the children. So, if you're going to separate or divorce, you have to still put the children at the center of it. There are some things that the mother will provide for the child, but then the father will also provide as well. But if it's only the mother that is providing and then the father is not available, or the children don't have access to the father, then it might not balance the needs of the children. And that is even when we're talking about finances. What about that cuddling time? What about that sharing time? What if you have boys that love football and their dad loves football? Who would they be sharing that football activities with? What about when they're talking amongst their friends and they say, "My dad and my mom," how do you want the child to be thinking or feeling? In all exception, if it's a toxic, dangerous relationship, marriage that is leading to risk to life, by all means, you can't stay there. But if it's not that extreme, or you are the one playing up, or you are the one making things up, you are the one putting things what's in the children's mouth. I mean, sometimes it's not very good for the children. You're not doing the man harm, because you can always have other children. What about you can't have another father? So that's just where I feel like people need to reason and think about how do they get themselves together in the best interest of their children. Thank you.
Thank you, ma. Gilbert, do you want? Let me bring you on Zoom if you are finding it difficult. Gilbert, if you are still there, send a request again. If not, you can join the Zoom link I sent to you now on WhatsApp. Gilbert, where are you? Mimat Posh, thank you for joining. Yvette, thank you. Sweet Angel, Dinky. Dinky, I want you to hear one from Gilbert now. It's like your case. When it's come to other side, even if the woman said they are not pushing forward for case, the police will still go ahead, CPS will still go ahead. But in your own case, the police said no further action because the person you are engaged with or in relationship with is other race. But if it's two African woman, African man, if it's both of them are African, sometimes it doesn't go well. But we need to start enlightening our community. But at the same time, we need to talk to ourselves. This is a new land. If it's not going well, it's not an heaven. Dr. Michael always says this. Let's carry ourselves back home to go sort our issues. And we always tell you, if you get issue with your family, with your couple, with your spouse, I beg, Mona, stay home if you got children. But if you bring children here, they will get involved. System will get involved. And you are exposing children to system, you are exposing them to more harm than the support you are looking for or you would rather get. Margaret, I've got something to contribute. Oluwatoyin, I've got something to contribute. I want to bring people on the bus. Real boss, thank you so much for sharing that as well. Bristol is at work now. You might not be able to add to it, but I know you will pick one or two lessons from it. Is to educate people. Pastor Banky.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay, Margaret, take a mic.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. My friend just sent me a message to quickly come and join this live just now because I was telling her about the same. This topic was somebody was hosting yesterday, and I had the opportunity to talk about it because I have been through a situation like this, and I've got a lot of
African families around me where you obviously see children suffering because of divorce, and the kind of decisions we make after the divorce is even worse on the children. So, for example, the family court, I went to court for 3 years against the custody battle with my ex. And one thing I realized, and I'm going to share, is that the family court, they are very keen about both parents in the life of the child. They are very, very keen. In fact, they want you, the parents, to make the decision. So, as of that period, this is like about 7 years ago, the family court will tell you before they will hear your case in the UK, yeah, in England. I don't know about other places. I live in Manchester. They tell you that you need to have you guys will first of all make sure that you have used what's this people called
mediation.
Mediation.
Yeah.
Yes. When you're filling the form, there is a place where they will ask, have you used mediation first? Because mediation will give you the chance as parents to make the best decision for your children. That they don't really like when the judges don't really like when they have to make decisions for two adults that have kids together. And because at that point, it means that two of you cannot manage yourself. So at that point, they're not looking at anybody's story anymore. They're just thinking of the child's best interest. So if there's no mediation, they're not going to hear your case. They will tell you, go and use the mediation first. Let's give you guys a chance to sit down and mediate about what you want. And that mediation is based on what, now that you want to go your separate ways, what are the plans for the children? Who is going to live with the child? Who is going to support? Finances, everything. Talk about everything. The things that you can agree, you write it down. The things that you cannot agree, that is when the judge will come in and make a fair judgment. My brother, my sister, African people, mediation does not work many times. They will go to mediation and the matter will come back, it will bounce back. So, but at least it is obvious that you've used mediation and it's not working. So the judge now will come in. So during my 3 years of going to family court for resident order, my ex wanted full resident order. I wanted joint resident order. But at the end of the day, what I realized for that 3 years is that the court really wants both parents to be in their life. Because these kids, we the parents, with everything we're doing, oh, yeah, I've not moved on. You have a bad divorce, you cannot forgive, you're dealing with emotions, you're dealing with hatred, whatever you're going through as a parent because of your divorce or as individual. Let me just tell you that the children are suffering more than you. They are psychologically, they are not fit. Emotionally, they are not happy. They are growing up. In fact, sometimes these parents, one of the parents might even, especially the women, they are struggling financially by themselves. They are struggling financially. They are struggling with childcare. They are struggling with finance. They are struggling with raising a balanced child. They are struggling, especially if they have so many children. In my own case, I had one. And that one, I know what I saw. As somebody that just divorced, I know what I saw. Every time I'm making decision based on the child. I have to be sure that wherever I'm keeping my child is safe for the child. I'm trying my best I still have to work. So at the end of the day, after all the bad divorce, I asked myself, what do I gain to say I don't want my child to see the father? I don't understand. Like, make it make sense. People will say, oh, the man has dealt with you. He did this to you. In fact, if I had taken that advice that people gave me at that time, if I had not put my emotions aside, I don't know what my child would have become, because my daughter child loves her father like, I don't know how to explain it. It is not a problem whether we don't get along. We need to start having sense as parents. Except the man is dangerous to the children. If you don't have that in front of the court, you're just wasting that child, wasting your time, because that child needs the mother, that child needs the father at the same time. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead. Sorry for that interruption.
So I know it's not easy. I had conversation with my friend today, and my friend said, "Oh, my friend, it's not easy. So women don't know how to forgive, especially when the man has tried to buy them. Maybe the man has done a lot to them." I say, I understand. Do you want to talk about my own? I went to court. I was called by social services. I had home office issues. They gave me 10 days to leave this country. All was orchestrated by my ex-husband. But I have to still put my child first. And why do I put my child first? Because I have come to realize during that court period, that period of that era I was going to court, I saw all the benefits of why the court is insisting that both parents should be in the child's life. Both parents should be in the child's life positively. When the child goes to the father's place, they are happy together. When the child is with you, they are happy. The child is seeing two of you. It's not like you're living together fighting, but you're separated, but you're co-parenting positively. You're not bringing your problem to the child. It is not the child's problem, but we don't know how to manage that aspect. I'm sorry to say, in fact, I've seen where um, a child was crying. So a child that was used to his father, and the father left the property. Obviously, the mom called police on him and he left. This child will cry. In school, is not functioning well. They said he gets upset easily, he will punch the wall. And then, this is a teenage boy. And then, at some point, psychologically, he was troubled, he was having behavioral problems. It come to a point where he was asking his mom, "I need to see my dad. I want my dad," because they had a bond before he left. But the woman chose not to understand her child's feeling. She is thinking about her own feeling, everything the father did to her. And she said, "How dare you ask for if I ever hear you ask for your dad in this house, your stupid father," and then you start insulting the man in front of the child. You're damaging your children. I am begging any mother, any father, please. I've been like, God helped me to drop all those things that I had in me. Like, if I had to follow those feelings, I will not. But today, I am happy that we were able to co-parent from the age of 3 till now. The child is 16, peacefully. Peacefully. This child is happy. She'll come, she'll tell me, "Oh, my dad did this, oh, this." You know, sometimes they will even have their misunderstanding. She'll come and report to me. I was like, your dad now is very strict. He wants you to have A's. I don't need to transfer those domestic issues, those my problem with the man. He might not be a good husband, but he might be a good father. We need to understand these things. Especially when the man really wants to be in their child. It's an opportunity, it's a privilege. If you don't know, let me tell you. There are men that don't even want to have anything to do with you and the children. If you now have a man that is still interested in seeing their children, what do you gain to keep the children away? Today, I'm advocating for women to be allowing their children to see their parents, because I saw a lot of positivity in it. I saw a lot of financial contribution in it. I saw a lot of psychological balance on my child, knowing that she know, even when she's with her friends, she knows she can speak about, "Oh, my dad, I went to Paris with my dad. My dad did this for my dad, bought this for me for my." Do you know what that means for them? You're thinking about your life. You're not thinking about them, their own, the way they see life as a child, the way they see parents, knowing that I have a father that loves me, that cares for me, that wants to, be in my life, and you're stopping it. I don't know any way to say this thing than to beg. We are adults. Move on. Get another husband if you can. Move on and allow these children. Call the man and say, please, I want us to put our differences aside. These children, at the end of the day, we should have the same common goal. We should have today. My ex and me, we talk like friends because we this is two people that went to court. In fact, people told me if I were you, for somebody to take you to court, you should never forgive that person. I said, what do I gain? Do I want to have a happy child or do I want to continue to follow this stupid advice? I call them stupid advices because what makes you qualified to advise me when I have my reasons to do what I want to do. You're coming to tell me that I'm a fool for forgiving somebody, not even forgiving. You don't even need to forgive or not. It's up to you whether you want to forgive. But the point is, look beyond these things. Make sure that your kids they identify with their other parent. There is a reason why God said they should have a father and a mother. You should not come and change that rule, except, like I said, the man is dangerous to the children. If the man is dangerous to the children, of course, safeguarding is more important than these things I'm talking about. But if the man said, I want to see my children, see, well, no matter how you hide, you gatekeep, they will still go and look for their father.
Do you know that some of these fathers now, what we are telling them is that okay, if she has not allowed you and there's no money for you to go to court to go through that journey, do you mind open a savings account in those students' name under your account? Just be those things you want to give, be keeping it there. If there are gifts that will not get oversized or anything, just be sowing that seed. The day will come, you might eventually see them, or let the account be there for them because a lot want to contribute, but it's been blocked.
There is a testimony in my church. A man came crying. He saw his son after 24 years. The son came from Europe to come and look for him in Manchester here. What happened? He got divorced with the mother. The mother said he will not see this boy again. This boy was 3 years old. She moved out of that city they were living. He does not know which city. She called police. Police put order on him not to come close to her. So he couldn't even trespass. Do you understand? So he moved on with his life. But he has the address of her brother in that same place. Is it Holland or Germany somewhere? Every month he will send a card, he will send money. He called the brother. He said, "Please, can you help me give to my son, the brother of the wife, the lady." The man will say, she will not allow me to see this, give the son because he tried it. She was really cross with him. So every of his birthday, he will send a card. He will send letter. I love you. I cannot wait the day I will see you. I want to see you. You're my everything. You're my first son. He will explain. Do you know that for 22 years, there is 22 birthday cards, there is 22 letters, there is 22 gifts in that house. So this woman, eventually the boy is now big boy now. So he's at that age where the mother went on to marry another stepman. The mother went on to marry again. This is a true life story in my church, a testimony. The stepfather and the boy does not get along. The boy ran out of the house. He said he wants his father. He's a mixed race child. His mother is white. He said his name is Yoruba name. Thank God she didn't change the name. He needs to know where where this name came from, because anytime in school they were asking, well, that means this name sounds like your dad's Yoruba, and he doesn't know. He's so ashamed to say, I've not even seen my father. I don't know my father. So this boy saved money and came to Manchester to look for his father. He went to his uncle. He said he told his uncle his problem. He ran out of his house. The uncle showed him every card. You need to prove to your children if the case is very difficult, where the woman is very difficult and you really want to see your child, you need to keep something for that number of years. This boy was crying. He saw all the text, all the birthday cards, all the letters from his father for 22 years. So at the end of the day, he had to save money. He came to look for his father by himself. Who come lose? Now the woman lose, I mean, now the man lose. This boy come find him father for left Europe, travel, enter plane. This man was rolling on the floor. Even as I'm talking, I feel like crying. He carrying. You hold these boys like, if you see how they look alike. This boy, in fact, the boy is 25 years now, and he's already turning. He's a man. And he wants that father figure in his life. He's desperate for it. He left the mother at the end of the day and moved on with his life. He came to Manchester and looked for his father. Today, he packed his bag. He's living with his father. He said, Dad, I don't want to lose again. A mixed race boy. Do you understand? So, some of this gatekeeping, it will end in a bad way for you, because they will. I always say, I was telling somebody on the other life that they say there is 3 stages in life with these children. The first stage is when you have power to do whatever you like with them. You can choose not to allow them to see the other parent. You can choose to change their school, their name. You have all the power to do all that, no problem. Then you get to that second stage where they become adults. They will do whatever they like. You've lost that power. That is the second stage. That time you will even be looking for them. You might not see them, depending on your relationship. The phase 1 will depend on how the phase 2 will look like. So if you have good relationship with your children and everything, your phase 2 will be better, because obviously you have connection with them, you have good relationship, they are in your life, you are in their life, they will be calling you. I don't know how these Nigerians they think these children will be with them forever. No. Some of them will get to one university outside your city, and from there they get the job and they don't come back. So the phase 3 is where they will look for where to dump you, because then you are in your retirement age. They will decide whether they will go and keep you in the village or they will keep you in care home. You need to start thinking that you will never be like this forever in their life. So please try and be fair. Try and be very fair to your kids. Some of these things, you're even bullying them. You curse their father in front of them. You make them look like they have a useless father. I know they have good fathers and they have bad fathers, but you're not in that position to be, doing all these things. They are too young for that. They are not your problem. It's you that went to marry and gave birth. So please keep your problem to yourself. Leave these kids to be kids. That's my take, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mama. So I think we need to start educating ourselves around safe separation, or better still, if you go to divorce, if it's too big, if divorce is so big for some culture, for some faith beliefs, safe separation might be good. And child arrangements, how do we do that? Because we need to prioritize our children. Now, with all this thing that is happening, whether you go for another relationship, you do this one, it's for your own satisfaction, it's for your own enjoyment. How about the children? Who look after their mental health, their well-being? In fact, bringing a new person to the house, it traumatizes some children. They want to become enemy of that person. If they are not friendly, if they don't even understand who that person is, they see that person as a stranger. You need to even communicate with them, with the children, if you want to go through in a relationship. And they need to know their stand. They need to know the stand of the other parents. Would this not stop this person to see us? Will still... Gilbert, please send a request. I want to hear from you now. I've been looking for you on Zoom before. I didn't see your request, but Gilbert, Let's hear from another man. Pastor Banky, do you want to say something before Gilbert come up? And my sister, Mimat Posh, I was on your live as well 2 days or 3 days ago. I love what you are doing, and I so much appreciate. We need more of this platform like yours. We need to start educating. Everything we are doing is for our community. This system is not designed for us. It's not designed for us. Please help us connect with Mimat Posh. Connect with Mimat Posh. She also do something similar, educating families. We need more of this educational platform to educate more family. We need to do this. It's a community work we are all doing for community. We need to do this for community. Catherine, I saw you, but I didn't want to bring you up. I know you are one of the in-house. I'm looking for people that want to share more. People that are coming newly. If you want to contribute, Fumilayo, I know you came up before. I'm not giving you a mic. Oyebanji, Abidemi, do you want to say something? Pastor Banky, if you want to say something, let us know. Oyebanji, do you want to say something before I bring another person up? Gilbert, Mr. Gilbert, let's hear from you.
Okay, so I think in a nutshell, I really thank God that brother also came up, the other brother, with the word of encouragement from what happened to what he went through. Just like he said, that was just the true narration. And what makes a man, just like I said earlier, his ability to remain focused and know where you are heading to. Because I know the main topic is about that our brother. He should use what he has heard tonight to strengthen himself, to forge ahead, and to remain focused. And just like every other one who passes through this stage and came out strong, I believe he too will have his testimony. Like my brother said today, when you have moved on and God has blessed you, even the same people that think they want to put you in trouble, they will look for you. So this brother should also move on, and I believe when it is time, when they hear good news from him, they will look for him. So that is just my contribution. I will give others the platform so as for them to contribute to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Madam Matt, thank you so much for joining. Thank me, Matt Posh. I was on your live 2 days ago, I think, and I love what you were doing. That was why I stayed there for a while. So God bless you.
Amen. Good evening, sir. Let me just quickly drop one or two friends. Good evening, everyone. I think I've been on your platform before through what's it called? Triple Hey. That was when I discovered your platform.
Okay,
I was strolling today and discovered this topic, which does interest me, and I had to invite my friend as well. What I would say, sorry about my baby, she's disturbing me. What I would say is, I think with we African parents, I've been in this country for a while now, and it's so rampant, taking children off, African parents. And from what I've noticed, I think we are selfish. Yeah, that's the main word. We are very selfish. Both our women and our men. We're very selfish, especially when it comes to the aspect of money. It does drive us nuts. That's one thing I've really noticed. And secondly, another thing I've noticed apart from money is the fact that no disrespect to men, no disrespect to anybody here. And I feel so bad for that man who spoke earlier before Margaret spoke. it did hit me, to be honest, because when you see a man who's intentional and a woman abuses that kind of man, it's so bad, because a lot of men out there, no disrespect to anybody, please, a lot of men out there, they are not intentional. You are now seeing a man who is intentional, who is genuine, an African man, who isn't even, because he said some things that really hit me. And when he talks about forgiveness, he took his land and yet he still, forgave them and all of that. That shows his kind of heart. Honestly, I think we really, really need to work on ourselves, because I see something, I say, see, if I don't love myself, I can't love my husband. It's not possible. You see this love? It starts from within. That's what I've noticed. If I don't love myself, I can't love the next person. No way. Before people get into marriage, I think for our kids, our generation, the younger generations, this should now be, they should be spoken to more. Don't just marry, Don't just say because this person is a Christian or this person is a Muslim, I believe he's gonna treat me. It goes far beyond that. A lot of people go through a lot of issues in their marriage. They just, hang on there because, what would people say? Or let me just be there because of the kids. And for those who can endure it, honestly, you know why? I feel bad this evening, because this evening my brother sent me a message about someone we knew who slumped and died. She must have told her husband. I think she told her husband that she was kind of tired and he asked her to rest. And she was in the kitchen cooking and she just slumped and died just yesterday. It saddens my heart whereby we don't help each other and the pressure becomes so much. Maybe one person is doing more than the other person, and before you know, the other person starts, you push that person to the wall, the person retaliates, and from there, issues start coming. All because of pride. Greed, pride. We are so greedy. And we let our ego, our pride get into us. An issue that we can comfortably sit down and talk about. We don't do it. And most people, another problem is dysfunctional family. A lot of people are from a dysfunctional family. What they see their parents practice, they build on that and become worse. We need to do better as African parents. That's one thing I keep saying. Because we are the one raising the next generations. The next generations are going to raise, more generations. Patience as well. We need to be very, very patient with each other. And especially we women, because I can only talk from the side of a woman. Some of us will be sorry if we are not Yoruba. We need to be very patient. Because a woman keeps a home. Even the Bible says it. A wise woman builds a home. A foolish woman destroys her home. I know there's some things that men would do under normal circumstances. It's just too much for a woman to absorb. But patience will solve a lot of things. And my grandson was making a comment this evening to me. She rang me. I rang her and we were talking. And she was talking about a life she went to. And she said, "Oh, what I went through with my ex in the past." And I said, Yorubas will always say this. And it only takes a woman who is patient to tolerate. This lady, that alone, she earned my respect. I didn't say anything. But within me, she earned my respect for today. Because a man will not take me to court and want to take custody. I want a co-parenting, just like what she said. And you want a situation by the child will be taken off me. That's wickedness. Pure wickedness. Why would anyone think to such an extent by saying, oh, because I don't like this woman, and I would use the child to get to the mother, to the father? Wickedness. She said it already. If both parties are not happy, go your separate way. Marriage is not a do or die. Go your separate way. I even observe, I've noticed in some cases, even when you people are not together, you become better when you're friends. I've seen people that till today they are not even married. They never remarried and they're best of friends. As a matter of fact, they live separately and they earn their respect. This man would go to the woman's house. He would sleep there. They still do their ta-ta-ta. This person is happy. The children are happy. No, I'm not talking to you. The children are happy. Everyone is happy. Today, ija. Ola, ija. Next month, fight. You keep doing this, even for mental state of mind. The person won't be okay. Let alone the children. Or because I want to get to this person, I want to deal with this person. Why? This life, my husband would say something, and that's what I am learning. Seriously, he will say to me, Matt, I want to enjoy life. Yes, I want to enjoy my life. That's the same thing I'm trying to do now. I want to enjoy my life too. The kids, they need to enjoy themselves too. We need to grow, especially women. Most women, we don't look away. That's one thing. I've had my issues in marriage as well. At least now I'm getting 17 years. I've had my issues. Well, at some point, I had to close my eyes to some areas. Because if you keep complaining all the time, you'll be having teething issues. Teething issues in your marriage. The right time to speak to your man, it's really important as well. Even a man too, the right time to speak to the woman, it's really important. And the approach we say this word, I think we need to do better. That's what I need to say. We really, really need to learn how to talk. Not being disrespectful. Not that only the men need respect. No. The Bible says it. If we read from the beginning of that part that talked about it. Respecting each other. It's not only a man that needs to respect, a woman also needs respect. And that's why I said most people are from dysfunctional parents. Triple Man made that comment that day on this platform. He said, when a child sees a father, I'm just taking an example now. A male child sees the father talk down at the mother. By the time they get to high school, from 6, I think basis 3 or from 6 they do. You see the way they talk to the females in their school. They talk down at them because they got on corny. The same thing with a female child. And that's why in most cases, they will say, a proper Yoruba will say, go and check the kind of house that girl is from and watch the way the mother talks to the father. Because all these things, I think people don't do proper findings before they go into marriage. It's not easy. It's not easy. It goes beyond love. And men, particularly, you see, this idea of we, Nigeria, see, me, I'm a woman that I so much love and value marriage. I really do. But not every woman will be patient to take nonsense. If you know that your wife will take nonsense and you want to come to this country, you're in Nigeria and you want to come to this country, don't make that mistake. Not be committed to one another. Don't make mistake of coming to this country, because that's what I notice now that most women are doing. You bring them to this country, it's not worth it at all.
That's one of the things, because if a man comes to say their mind now, you will see other woman will say, that is his own part. Let me say my own part. You understand? Because they will be saying, do you know what you have done so far in Nigeria? But the question now is this: for 19, 20 years, some of the couple have been bearing things, whether true or not. But coming here, within 3 months, everything exposed, everything scattered. Was it because there is no system to support, or was it because there's a system that accommodates? What can we do better so that we will not even expose either of the party to harm or to destroy either of the party? Because if it's for 19 years, they're supposed to have done something with it. But if within 3 months, home broken, children got separated, alienated, what is happening? Go ahead, Mama.
I think one of the problems is this. In Nigeria, people, you can work and still get an house help to help you out, do cooking, go to the market, do one or two things. But in this country, it's a thing you need to do it together. If you're not willing to spend, you have to do it together. My husband is not someone who's domestic or kids, but domestically he's not on that level. But what did we do? We had to get a cleaner that helps, because it becomes too much on me sometimes. Someone that needs to help in cleaning, someone who can do ironing. My kids do ironing as well, but proper ironing. Do you understand what I mean? But some men would come to this country, you will expect the woman to cook. This woman work full time, contribute 50-50 in the marriage. Look after baby, or if you're still having children, do school drop off or school runs. Come on, and you want to sit down and raise your legs up? Really? It's wrong.
Nima, please, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
I want to believe there are some men in the UK that are unreasonable. I want to believe that. I am not going to say all women are bad and all men are also bad. However, I want you to know that apart from all of this you just stated as part of the causes that could lead to separation or divorce in marriage in the UK, there are other forces that are prevailing in causing separation and divorce eventually in the United Kingdom. And one of them is bad advisor. There are a lot of bad advisors in the Hold on, please. Let me finish. There are a lot of bad advisors. Now, let me take myself as an example. Where I live in Stoke-on-Trent, there is no store you want to tell me that I don't know. I go out to buy things for my wife. Then I'll do the school runs that you mentioned. She sells food. I will go out to deliver food for her. I will shout her on my phone on WhatsApp. Help me submit this to this. Help me go take this to that person. Help me go to back food. Get this item of food item for me, I will do it. I wash my toilet in my house. I mop the floor. Because look, these are the things I did even when I was a bachelor. I was in Lagos living in 2 bedrooms. So I can't live in a house that is not clean. So I realized that when I got married, nothing has changed. I did all of this in my own house, even in the UK. But what I want to tell you is there are bad advisors, a lot of them in the United Kingdom. And some women fell into the hand of these bad advisors. And some of them are regretting. So it's not, I know some men could be unreasonable. Not every man in the UK are domestic, like you say.
No. Sir, in your own case, I mentioned earlier, I said your case is kind of rare in the sense that I felt it and my heart bled when you were talking about it. But one thing I wanted to ask you is this. You mentioned the family, sir. What kind of family is that lady from? You said it. Yes. No.
Hold on. Should I tell you about their families?
If you don't mind, if you can, if you feel comfortable.
That is the kind of family anybody will want to marry from. They are pastor. They have a church in Lagos.
And the mom is with the dad as well.
The mom is with the dad, but the thing is this. The thing is this. Look, when you raise a family, you need to bring down your ego. Because if you want to strut your ego and the other person wants to strut his own ego as well, the family will not work. So you guys need to compromise on some things in order for your family to work out well for you. Because they are a kind of family that is so proud. Yet they are a pastor that have congregations and preach the word of God to.
See, a pastor is just a title, my brother. It's just a title, and they're human beings like you and I, right? That family has a problem.
And if I tell you, if I want to bust your bubble, the person I'm talking about, you know the person, Nimat. I tell you this evening, you know the person. Look, I sat myself down here. I sat myself down, and I'm like, what possibly could these people say is my offense? I still have our chat here. When it comes to domestic house chores, I do house chores. It's not that I will leave you to go and work yourself out. I don't do that. In fact, I don't even do 50-50 with her.
Wait. Now I'm noting Jora. You know me, right?
You know this. I don't want to mention their name, but you know the person if I tell you. So the thing is all about. Some people have got some bad advisor that will give them wrong advice. And another thing is this: most family back there in Nigeria, there are ways by which they resolve issues.
My brother, you message me. Message me.
Before you take some drastic decision, there are processes you need to follow. There should be people who should come in to help you resolve your issues. To this point, I don't think we, for one time, visited or went to see any counselor. These people have been the one dictating what happened in my family, my wife's family. They were the one. So we got them, and let me tell you, a lot of men are in this kind of scenario that cannot even come out to talk about it. The father will want to be the one to dictate. We did not have anything we did in our family that my in-law will not get to know. My wife could not close her mouth for once. Everything we do at home, she will tell them.
I think I know the people.
That was the beginning of my problem with them.
Are they six? Are they 5 girls, 1 boy, right?
That was the beginning of my problem with these people.
Miss Envy, my brother.
In Nigeria, this was what I was actually I first of all discovered in the relationship, and I was like, look, even me as an adult and a man, I don't talk to my dad or my mom to decide my family in my home, because once I get married to somebody, I believe I can, and my parents also believe that he can take care of himself. Now he has a family, so they gave us that space. For you, we will not do anything at all. And I told her, even if you go and marry 10 husbands, if you still continue this, some men will not tolerate it.
They are controlling family. That's the
reason. They are, they want to be the one controlling. And the funniest part is, when I see a brother online teaching advice, I look at people listening to him because they don't know him. I know him. You can't come online to tell people what you are not. You don't. Some people will think until you go into a family, you might not know who they really are.
That's what I'm saying. I said, this woman you're talking about, check the family. That was what I said. And that's, see, my brother, let me say something to you, sir. I'm grateful to God. The kids I have, I've got 2 boys and a girl. I say to my husband every time, the same thing with the boys. If my kids are going to bring someone home, my big second. And I need to know the family properly. This is not me now going. I'm going to be asking people to make further investigations on this family. Because you would see someone who is very good, who is honest, who is intentional, who is responsible, and at the end, because of, I love this person, I think we can make a good family, whereas the other person is not as intentional as that person. So that's why some people say marriage is a scam. Is it a scam? For me, I don't believe it's a scam. It's just that at times, our parents are not helping do the proper work before we all are being given out in marriage. Or, okay, let's do this marriage. These are things we really, really need to start looking into.
So I think when there are issues, when couples are going through issues, even in the United Kingdom, there will always be people that you can reach out to talk to you as a couple. You should have people that you will go and see and talk to you. And for women, some women have these notions in the United Kingdom that a woman have the right here, women have the power here. I used to hear some of them saying that. But the truth is, when the chips are down, like they used to say in Nigeria, you will also eat from the shit you have just created. You will also be robbed in that mess you have created for yourself. So nobody is a winner. Nobody knows what will be the end of a war. We only know the beginning of a war. So for them now, because I remember our brother even saying, when he reached out to me, he was saying, I will do this, if not for so things, I will send you back to Nigeria. And I just laughed. I laughed that day. Well, no, one thing is, I told him something like I said, you don't know me and you don't know the spirit that work with me. That's why you are saying this. I never even knew that I would be in the United States today. By then, I never knew. All of them too, it was just like a magic to them, how everything played out. But one thing is, when you do good to people, regardless, there will always be doors opening for you. When you have intentionally set other people and they want to rubbish you, they feel like they've arrived, they feel like they got the power or they got all the resources to rubbish you. I tell you, there will always be doors of greatness and opportunity opening for you. And the worst part is, they don't even know what we can do to them. Because my parents are just looking at them and they have never said anything up to now. So there are some family that you need to, like you said, you really, really need to check before you go in there to say you want to pick a wife or you want to pick a husband. When you both started a marriage, you are supposed to remain in that marriage. Even when there are issues, you should reach out to people who could help you to resolve the issue. There is nothing good about, oh, I'm living here, I'm living. Look out, try, first of all, try, make effort if you can salvage the situation. But in my situation, there was nothing of such. How can you be telling me, how can my in-law be telling me they want to salvage the problem they created in my home marriage?
Sir, sorry to interrupt you. The issue about parents, or especially in-laws, to come into a marriage and make decision or cause problem, sometimes it depends on the rights that your spouse gives to our family. We have issues like that where the wife will stand on her grounds and say, listen, because at first and foremost, it's a red flag for the fact that the woman carries everything that happens in the house to her family. Is a red flag. So for you to be telling your family everything, that means you're giving them the power to make decision or talk about it, analyze it with you.
Margaret,
So,
let me tell you one thing.
That is where the problem is coming from. Your spouse didn't do a good job there.
See, let me tell you one thing about women that I've noticed about we women generally.
How will you carry your husband to be gossiping with your family?
Margaret, let me tell you something about we women generally. I think the first couple of years, we tend to lean towards our family even when we are newly married.
It's not all of us, though.
No, not all. But I can say 90%.
Parents to know what's going on.
Wait, babe. Women generally do that. But with time, especially when kids start coming, they now have this strong belief that, okay, this is my own marriage. Especially when kids start to come in. And that's why most men need to do that needful at that time to win them off that bit, that area. That's one thing I've noticed about women generally. Not all, but I would say 90%. And I believe before we marry, and someone made their comments in the comment section, people should have one person in their lives that when they say, oh, I'm going to report, or maybe this person is going the other way around, they can easily say, okay, let's have this conversation with this person. And if that person speaks to the man or the woman, they listen. They should have someone at least they respect, not the fear. Because we all are adults. My Ghana will say, will report me to one person, maybe one person will come beat me.
But the moment there's no way some parents will just support, we judge something fairly. They will always be emotional.
Exactly.
And support their children.
Exactly.
I would need to come in there. If you Minrat, if you can use 1 minute to round up. Margaret, if you got something to say, 1 minute to round up. Money Joy. I know you just come up. I've got something to say. Just prepare.
Yes,
After the round up, just prepare. Mimat,
thank you.
1 minute, Mama.
Okay. So what I would say is, we've said it all already. Check the family, kind of family you go into, and both parties should be committed and very intentional about, making things work, the marriage work together. So it's not all about just one person. And in the UK, as we've said earlier, men should, be intentional as well. The same thing with women. No one should leave the burden on just one person. And everyone should also know their responsibility in marriage. Everyone really needs to know that. It really matters a lot. So I'll leave it like that.
Thank you very much. Let me play a trumpet for every one of you. For those of you that have been tapping, thank you so much. We really appreciate you. For those that have been connecting with everybody, with connecting with hosts, thank you. For those that are giving gifts, thank you. There's this a person that came around to Lizzie. So sorry, we were just in the middle of discussion. I could not appreciate you for elevating Ilbito Milola, one of the queen in the kingdom. It's one of them. It's one of them. So this class, this kingdom, this platform has thousands of queens. So we don't get trouble, we don't get problem. If one go, one come out, one enter, we know we create happiness on this platform. So no wahala for that one. Like Benny Michael always say, but I will not say what he always used, the word he used. I will use that word anyway. Okay, Money Joy. Money Joy. Is this something interesting to you? Is this something in your mind?
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I
Good
just
evening.
want to add to the discussion that our generation should improve on the last generation. We should improve on our parents' mistakes. If we cannot improve, then we have failed. We should go back to what worked. On my wedding day, my father said something to my ears. What you don't like in my home, drop it now. What you love, try and multiply it. That's the only way to good home. If we don't have information about the family our children are going into or our siblings are going into, we should stand our ground. I was alone this morning and I was thinking about issues of marriages. I traveled from Lagos to Ibadan for a wedding ceremony. And when I got there, I saw that the bride's family are people I would have stood my ground if I knew my distant cousin was getting married to them. He didn't tell anybody. Okay, I just saw Ivy. Unfortunately, we were working in the same office. So he only invited me because I'm his colleague. But when we got to Ibadan, we saw that I'm related to him. And I wished he told my uncle, and my uncle told my father, because the bride's wife and my parents attend the same church. And the bride's wife stood up in the church and pointed to the reverend during service. That is enough a troublesome mother-in-law. That is enough reason for you not to allow your son to marry such wife. And my mind went to them this morning, and I pray all is well. This is over 10 years. But I'm not happy that they didn't speak up. Let's do the right things first. Like I started, we should go back to what worked and not just leave every other thing to God's hand. We cannot afford to meet online and just hope all will be well. Thank you, sir.
Oluwatoyin, take a mic, because I will not laugh. This Margaret comments. Okay. Oh. Margreta. Now, so you if you don't tell me also now, if you don't tell me, you know, say me to I dey shout sometimes.
Margreta, sometimes it's feeling depressing. You don't know when your voice will just start, automatically going on by itself. So
and your kids will be telling you, why are you shouting? Stop shouting. You don't need to scream. You don't need to shout.
Especially when you're immediately they tell you you're aggressive, so you know that you have to just, reduce your voice immediately. They don't know it's part of us as Nigerians. So I just want to contribute to what we've been saying about, family issues, especially on this side of the world. It comes back from home, but when everybody gets here, they know women have power. That's why I put in the comment section that it starts from us, because everybody knows, once they call police, they know that they can women, they usually would have more women have more power, and that's actually the truth. Like, women have more power. So even if there's a report between a man and a wife, the first would attend to the wife, or they wouldn't even look at the man's side. And a lot of men actually get abused, just like the other man that spoke up, Mr. Real Boss. So I'm just going to use a quick example as well. I have issues with social workers currently that is still ongoing, and part of the things that are making my issue complicated is a previous history. So one thing is, these things never go away. That's one thing we should know. Like, once, as women, as men, we should know that once you report any case to the authority, whether you want to shakara your husband or whether you're doing it for a favor, it's going to be on both of his record. It's going to be on your record that you've had this issue. It's going to be on your husband's record that you've had this issue. And that thing they say that it will leave after 5 years, it doesn't go away. It's just going to be there forever. Well, with my case, I know it's just going to be there for a long time, So my husband, just like this Mr. was like, is like, I practically don't do anything in the house. Like, he does the chores, he cooks, he does like a lot of things. He's very, 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 he does like a lot of things. And any woman that is with that person would not want him to leave, yeah. And he's been in a previous relationship where it was a bit abusive. The woman would always, raise her voice, always, threaten any issue. Once the woman was a different religion, once he goes to church, he's not back in time. The woman has, you went to meet woman, you went to meet, and then she's calling the police, lying and saying, maybe he pushed me, or just things like that, just false accusations. And then once the issue gets resolved, she'll go and beg everybody, please come and beg my husband, come and beg him, come and beg this person. She should not go, she should not do. So, like, the thing is, at whatever point we see the signs, we should just take a walk, regardless of whatever. Mr. Rebels was saying, people are giving bad advice. It is not people's advice. You should think of what works for you or for your children. What's the future like? If I stay, it's understandable first time, second time. Once it's getting to the third time, take it. No matter how much you love it, no matter how much, take a bow for the sake of yourself and your children. Your children are your future. These children did not beg us to come to the world, so they don't deserve to come and suffer our sins. They don't deserve to come and then we are putting them through situations that are so annoying that even we ourselves would not want to find ourselves in. Because any child being in care or being in, where you have parents and broken homes is actually is draining. It damages their mental well-being. They lose confidence. Like, so this thing starts from us. When you see that this thing, my baby had an incident, and we went to the hospital. They said, how did this happen? Blah 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 blah. Now, looking into profile history, they checked into my husband's history and saw there was an issue. Like, there's been a report. These reports have been like 12, 15 years ago. And they are still on
like it's still showing as a report on his profile. And the one that drew the line was there was an issue with someone that has raised several children, girl children and all of that. This person said, "Oh, he abused the child." He said, "Oh, the child said, oh, they put her in a bomb." This is someone that has raised a 15-year-old daughter, like children, girls that are up to 15, 14. His siblings, like all here in this abroad, that they all lived together. Now it is the last concolo that you now say this person has abused. Police checked, they did everything, they did all their checks, everybody did the investigation, but nothing was found. There was no case, no prosecution, because there was no anything, because nothing happened. This person just wanted to go into, once you have maybe child in it, they'll give you house or something. I don't know how it works, but I know they give you some certain privileges, if as a mom and you're saying you have issues with your partner or something like that. So this person wanted to get that stuff, the old privilege and everything, and then they did all the checks. It went off. This thing still came back, even though there was no prosecution. There's no even at the time they did write that it was a malicious. Some of like these issues were malicious, whatever, before accusations.
Malicious referral, yeah.
They put it as referral. The new social workers they said if they don't do risk assessment on it, they cannot let it go because they think it is an unassessed risk. These things happened 11, 15 years ago, and they've even said it. They said no, that it wasn't assessed at the time, that they would still go back and assess it. Now they referred us, and because before I got married to my husband, we discussed all of these things. We did counseling. What happened? What didn't work in your previous marriage? You know how Nigeria is. We did the proper marriage counseling. All of these things were discussed. So I knew about everything. And then when I was asked, I did tell them, "Oh, I know about this and this and this and that." And then social worker said, "Oh, you're not seeing risk." And I'm like, I'm not. What? I'm not seeing the risk that my husband may be abusive, but these things happened 15 years ago, and I was aware of these things before I got into marriage. And I said, "Oh, so because you know that these things happen, and you still went into the marriage, you're not considering, you're not seeing the risk, you're not, so like all of these things, the decisions we make now, they all wait for us like later on in the future." Now this woman is coming to beg my husband's sister to say, "Oh, please, this child, I'll tell her to come and stay. She should come and stay with her father." Father said, "No, I don't want problem, because now this child, you've taken them away for a long time. You say if he wants to see them, he should go to court, and he said he does not have time to go. Children are as raised still. He's not going to court, because why will I go and be fighting for custody over child, over child?" These children will soon be 18. When they're 18, they know their father. They would look for their father. And then, because the more problem, if you say you want to go, you can go and lie again and say something else on my head. Because every time you're looking for trouble where there's no trouble. And then, like just recently, she took the children to my husband's sister's house and say, "Oh, she should take them to the father. They should go and live with the father." I say, "Please, we are in enough trouble already." Now the children will come to the house and they'll say, "Oh, the father did not take permission or has violated clinical," just a lot of these things. So basically, what I'm just saying, why I just chipped that in, is that we should, whatever decision, we shouldn't wait or listen to what anybody is saying. If I knew that I would have an incident, I would say no. I will not marry. I will look for some. I will stay elsewhere. I will not marry. I will not come to the abroad. I will not come and do. I will try and not do something if I know this is how it works. But then, because these things happened many, many years ago, I felt like, oh, these things would have gone. I even did ask, I made an inquiry. They said, oh, after 5 years, all these checks, usually would go off. But it's a lie. They're just there. They would say, oh, they are not using it to accuse you, but they're using it to profile you. They use it to profile you. So you don't wait for anybody to say, Yahweh, and just, take her, just kiniko. Once you see, first time, second time, take a walk. Don't let them spoil your life. 15 years later, it will wait for you in the future. If they would tell my husband that those things that time will come and wait for him, like for a very, very nonsense, silly, like small issue, he would not believe it, because what the issue that happened with our baby is a very small issue, but it became very big because of this previous history. So basically, just in this part of the world, it starts with us. Let us know that whatever, and then even the lady, the woman too as well, also is facing us, because anywhere you get to, they say even to get married again is hard, because everybody says, oh, you had issues, what happened? Like they all knew what was happening at the time, and even at that, on her records is there that she's been involved in several reports of abuses and everything, which it's just not nice for both the children. Even the children, they're not in good states, because they know their mother is lying. Their mother had lied, and now they're showing her L, because they want to go to their father, and then it's just a whole mess. It is just a whole mess. And it's just missing everybody's life. It's missing the father's life, the mother's life, the children's life gonna die. But even the small ones that just came to the world that didn't care, it's messing up everybody's life. Even me that just came into the picture, it's messing everybody's life. So whatever decision you make now, whatever whatever relationship or whatever it is, you love with your heart and think with our senses. I'm sorry that I used that word. We because our future is involved. Love with your heart and think with your brain, think with your sense. Right now, like if they say today, if you leave your husband, they'll give you. I will gladly. Not we love each other so much, but for the sake of, I don't want anything that will stress me out anymore. That will stress me out, stress my children out. Everyone, if they say this, he has learned. Everybody has learned their lesson. It's just unfortunate that it took a while. It took this long for us to realize. That's why I'm just chipping this in. Anybody that is in any situation, abusive or not, or you see signs, or you go and do a lot of things for one woman, and the woman will now come and once you see the sign, before they will cover you, report you or anything, take a walk, because even if it's one report, it will be on your record, and that record will be forever everywhere you go to. In this and everywhere, even in Nigeria, they now send reports to Nigeria from here. It will be everywhere. So please, that's all I have to say. That's all I have to chip in. Thank you very much.
That is so much. In fact, even if you are having 3 children, 10 children, you have any time involved with child again, they have to do assessment. Once they make that referral, they will definitely come back and do that assessment. In fact, if you are pregnant, you did not let them know, they will tell you are hiding it from them. And because of this, you are not honest with them, you are not transparent, you are not open, a matter will start coming up. Thank God you've heard about that before. If you have not heard about that before, they will say your husband is not open to you. Can't you see it's a reason for you to divorce him? This is the only thing you've got. And most lawyer will tell you that's the chances you've got. And if you're in love with that person, it will be difficult. But if you're already clear out of mind, then it's an open blessing or blessings from above that just come around. Yvette, I've got something to say before I bring Triple A. I know Triple A have joined us. I've got my
yes, good evening.
Yeah, I've got my PA who is going to do a recap of what we started with, because I know Triple A we would love to hear from Triple A. These fathers are crying out now. They are crying out. I don't know what makes them to cry out, and there are more thousands of them that are not yet speaking up. If one can speak up, we need to support that so that others will come up. They will be free to come up. Hey, the real number 1001 queen in the kingdom. I'm so sorry I did not even look at that. Let me blow trumpet for you. Oluwatoyin, thank you so much for contributing. So I will bring Queen 001 shortly to the board. I will get a space for you, Mama. Yvette, carry on.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I just came
just a minute before you go. Just a minute before you go. Okay. We've got question and answer tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. with legal experts. So if you got some questions that are troubling your mind, there's no stupid question. Please come around, or you can email us. You can go to my DM. email request for email. I will put email on the chat as well, so that you email your question, and it will be great to join. And we can send you a Zoom link if you want to be inside the Zoom tomorrow. But hopefully, if the legal team they agree that we should go live, we will let you know. But it's safer for you to request for Zoom tomorrow in case they do not allow us to go live tomorrow. I have to speak with the legal team tomorrow. So if you have questions bothering you, please come around tomorrow, 11 a.m. on Zoom. I cannot assure you of the TikTok or social media, YouTube, but you can connect with us, send a message, and I will respond to you to give you Zoom access. Go ahead, Yvette.
Okay. As I was saying, I just came across the group tonight, and it has really been what I really wanted to, like. I've not been able to talk to people and a lot. In a kind of situation whereby I do not want to go legal with whatever it is I'm passing through with my partner, because at the end of the day, we've got kids. But at the same time, some decisions where the other person is making, it is not what is very favorable for myself or the kids. I do not know how to go about it, because sometimes the situation is, as much as it's not very good to say this right here, but it is what it is. Sometimes being physical, you understand what I mean? Yeah. So the situation is, okay, if I get a separation, and I do not want to involve the police, because we all know, according to what everyone have been saying right here, we all know it doesn't end well. As much as we all know,
most cases are for statistics for them, and to show that they criminalize or they convict some of these people. But if you are report to other race, we've seen cases that they said no further action. But most cases it's a matter we need to start questioning the inequality in the administration of the policy, the law of the land. Go ahead.
Yes, at the same time, we've got kids together, and we will not want something that it will be like, okay, at some point in back home, we were separated, and with the interference of people, or how is it called, we were able to at least reconcile. But around here, okay, these people I'm talking about are not his family, or they are like senior work colleague, which really made the situation better. But at the moment, it's not like I have anyone to talk to about what the situation is. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. At the same time,
you can send a direct message if you need a one-to-one consultation. Please don't be forced to share anything you are not comfortable here, please.
It's okay. I'm just trying to say, in a situation whereby you do not want to report this person to the police because of future problems for yourself, the kids, and the person in question, what do you think one can do to such situation?
People have reached out to us like this week alone, about 3 women. They were so distressed, and they voice out what they are actually going through, and they have listened to what has happened to the children, to the homes, for women reporting. And some men also, they are worried. They don't even know what to do. So when these people came around, we asked if the other party would like us to intervene. And after speaking with the other couple, the other person that came to voice out came back to say she was so glad. You know what I mean? Because
in my own case,
We've
Sorry
got
to cut you, sir.
1 minute.
In my
1
own
minute.
case,
Let me just land.
okay.
1 minute.
Okay, sir.
1 minute. Even if it's been reported and the police said they are proceeding with charges, the other party have to get a lawyer. If it's a criminal element, whether there's evidence or no evidence, as far as they have said they're going to court, and one of them recently, the lawyer is asking for a start fee, £10,000. Where would that person get that from? And even this will make people to even say they don't want to report. But at the same time, we will not allow anybody to be subjected to abuse or to enduring abuse. So it's a way, it's a way of you getting one-to-one consultation for somebody to understand from the both parts aspects. Because you might think, oh, this person is abusing me, and this person might even be the one thinking he or she is also being abused. I know we can't talk about this matter. If you still want to say anything, go ahead. But we have to be conscious of what we share on this platform.
I just wanted to say, if we are saying, okay, we are trying to protect the interest of our children, at the end of the day, we want to stay in some kind of relationship because of the children. But do we know that some kind of reactions also affect the children self-esteem, the way they see life, and
of course, yes, it's
how they react to people and society? And when it is like a domestic violence kind of thing, it will not only affect the person. You never can tell when the person can be that aggressive to the point of you not being able to withstand it anymore, or to the point where it affects the children.
On many occasions, it's even formed the future decision of children involved. From what they say, it formed their decision. In fact, some children will even go to the extent of self-harming themselves just because of what they are experiencing between their parents at home. On janija.com, you said the government pays for the defendants. Has it happened to you? Is it on a child abuse or domestic abuse, violence, anything? Has it happened to you? Have they paid for you? Is there everybody that will qualify for legal aid? What level, what test would they do before they... It's a tested. Legal aid will be tested. You are not just qualified as a defendant. Not everybody. No recourse to public fund are there for people. A lot is happening. A lot of situations will surround their immigration status. So if you are a settled person and you have been paid for, good luck, congratulations for that. But there are people coming new migrants with these new immigration rules everywhere. That information might not work for everybody. We are telling you.
Can I speak briefly? If that's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, I came up because of Mimat and Margarita. I wasn't sure what. I only saw the topic because I saw them. I came out because of them. So I just want to add. I just want to add something briefly about crisis in the home. From this last speaker that I've said this now, I think I can understand where she's coming from. Since it looks like you definitely care about the future of the children, and you don't want anything to impact your husband's future based on record and things like that. So what I mean, you can meet the professionals to advise you, but if you know, since you know that there are consequences to things like this, it's best to just make a decision and just move away. If you know that you don't want to report him and things like that, that's what I would advise. But based on the topic, what I would say is that a lot of Africans that are married and are here and they're having crisis in their homes, that if you are in a relationship with your husband, wife, just make sure that you know that it's intentional, that actually you really want the marriage. You have to fight for what you have. So long as there's no DV and there's no aggression or control, cohesion and things like that. But always take a chance to say, look, what do I want out of this? Do I want to be in this relationship or not? And sometimes we we give up easily. You understand? It's not about the system empowering women. The system empowers everybody, irrespective of who is at fault. You understand? But a lot of people back home, they come here and they use that, they leverage on that, which is okay. But you that you're married, how serious, how strong the foundation of your marriage is. How did you get into that marriage and things like that? Sorry, I have to go. My son just came down, but I really enjoy what you guys are talking.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Oh, for the benefit of people that are joining newly that might not have much information, Oyedepo, Catherine, I want to bring AAA, but I don't know whether it has the background of what we started with. So I want you to just give us 2-minute recap, especially for people that just join in and for AAA to come after yours to give us our own professional advice.
So a man told us a story of himself, his personal experience, that he married this woman from Nigeria, and they've got 2 children. So they're in this country, I think, freshly. So they've got a child that he still feeds. So his wife went to work, he fed the child, but unknowing to him, he didn't know the child had a fracture or something in the leg, but the leg was just swollen. So the next day, they took the child to the hospital, and they discovered that he had, I think, fracture or broken bone, but the leg was swollen. Before they knew it, they already informed social worker, police, everybody came in and everything. They arrested him and the like. So the wife made a statement which was against him, and they gave them 2 different lawyers. So the man the wife told the man to leave the house so that she can get her children back, since they've already taken the children. So the man left the house. So, of which this woman had history of cheating before while they were in Nigeria and the likes. So while he was out of the house, the woman was bringing a colleague of ours that they were friends in Nigeria. So apparently the colleague has also moved to the UK with his wife. So that colleague was coming to the house to have something with the wife while he was away. Before you know it, the wife sent divorce papers to him, and he had already signed the divorce. And now the man is out of the house and the like. So he was asking if he should ask for a DNA, bearing in mind the wife is the main applicant, like she's the one that owns the visa, he's just a dependent on her. And that's just a recap of what is happening. But now he's asking if he should go for a DNA.
Well, thank you for summarizing. I think there are 2 different things. The cheating and based on the visa as well. So the visa that's a different story entirely. But with the one of the DNA, someone who people make mistake, but then when it comes to marriage and things like that, then when people cheat, and then they are now prolific cheaters, and you are still in that relationship, that means the tendency of them to cheat will happen again. The tendency of them to do something with other people will happen again. So now it's a no-brainer. Should we go for DNA? Definitely yes. Because now it's a pattern. You understand? If someone does it once, then something happened. I'm not saying it's an excuse, but then someone that's done it once, done it twice, you understand? So definitely the best is to go. And maybe he's worried about going for DNA. Maybe the woman will not deny him of staying in the country. Then that's a different perspective entirely, because does he want to stay and risk it and be here based on the visa simply because it's the wife that how do they call it? Is it visa holder? Yeah, visa holder, and he is the dependent. He wants to stay and risk it, and not knowing the true nature of if his trainer is, or does he want to find out and then whatever the outcome is, he's ready to face the consequences by maybe not being here or something. So those are the things he has to look out for. And when it comes to children, nothing matters. It's your children that matters. Nothing matters.
No, he's not even been able to see the children, according to what he said. He said he's not been able to see the children. He's been denied access, and the police just even dropped the case against him.
So the thing is, did he have issue before with the woman, because the law will not just tell you not to see your children.
No, because the child had I think a fractured leg or something. So the woman he just decided to take the blame, even though he didn't know how that thing happened. But so he decided to take the blame. He decided as he said he decided to take the blame so that she can have her children back.
I know that's foolishness. Then that's foolishness. You don't just do that, because you know the country you're in, and also social services, early help and things like that, they get involved. You don't just do that. You understand? You need. So the thing is, it all depends on what has been happening. I don't know the pre-information, but it doesn't make sense. Yeah, you're ready to go for, you're ready to face some kind of incrimination if it's to save the life of your children, your family. But when it now comes to this kind of situation, don't just take the blame. The thing is, did they take the child to the hospital? And I don't know what the genesis of this whole thing is, but I think that's just foolish.
Not only limit to that, there's even a case that 8-year-old alleged that the father sexually abused her, and they found the man guilty by jury, and he was sent to prison. After spending 10 years in prison, the child came out to say, it was not my dad, it was someone else, that my mother's boyfriend that actually did that. But mom said I should say my dad, so that that person will be able to move into the house.
Wow, that is so strange.
But the mother has died. The mother has died now. When the conscience is affecting the child and come out, and they release the man now, but spent 10 years already in prison.
Wow.
So even if the man, if like this man now that accepted, fine. But this one that did not accept, but they still find him guilty and sent to prison. So why would this happen when when there are children involved? What word are we in?
So what I would say is that is an act of evil for you to tell a child, a young child, to tell that child to say something else. You understand? I don't know if he's really involved in that child's life, because if you look at it, whether you are the father or you are the mother, every children, they love their parents, irrespective of the father. Maybe they are upset. You understand? They will still tell. But for somehow she's managed to brainwash that child to make an accusations against the father. And definitely the law will intervene. And also, by law, when it comes to safeguarding, you should never doubt if a child raises an issue. The law can never doubt. It's everyone's responsibility to safeguard. And so when a child comes to say this has happened, people should not overlook it. It should be treated as if it's true. You understand? So unfortunately, he was on the wrong end. But that's just evil. That's just, if you want the man out of the house, find it. Just, you know what? I'm tired of this relationship. It's so easy. It's so easy. We're in a country whereby there is platform, there's opportunities to move on if you want to move on. It's not like in Africa, whereby there's stigmatization when you leave. You understand? It's so easy. And also, we need to also look at a lot of couples. They've actually misinformed the law.
Misapplied the law. Misinterpret, yeah.
And to now make accusations against their partner, their spouse, yeah. And that person now gets in trouble. You understand? And they now have a dent on their record for life. You understand? So people need to start looking and saying, okay, now if this person is, I'm not in love with this person, or this person is behaving in a way that is impacting me as a person. Now you have to be realistic. Put on your thinking hat. What do I want? I've got children for this person. What is the way forward? Let's bring emotions and sentiments aside. Let's take emotions and sentiment aside. What are the factual things? What are the realities of things on ground? Do I want to move on with this man? Do I want to stay here and endure? How can I go? Okay, now I don't want my children not to have their dad. So what do I do? Like in the case of the last person that spoke, what do I do? I don't want him to have a dent on his record. What do I do? So maybe I should just move on.
Thank you.
And the man can be on his own. So I'll stop at that.
Thank you very much, sir. So, like I've said, tomorrow we'll be having Q&A with legal experts. but that will be inside Zoom tomorrow. So if you want to be part of that, there's email address. You can send your questions or requests for Zoom access. We will send it to you. But if we seek advice tomorrow and the legal team advise us that we can be live, then you will meet us on Zoom, on TikTok and YouTube tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll be inside Zoom tomorrow, but we might come back later in the night. AAA, our matter here is to educate family on child protection, safeguarding, social services, practice, policy, procedures. But tonight is about crisis in our homes, and men are crying for help. What can you say with what you've had so far, AAA?
Host, you can drop me. I want to go and sleep now. Thank you
so much for bringing me up. So much appreciate you.
Sir, please, I want to quickly reply Mr. Amy.
Okay.
Mr. Amy, sir. Sorry.
Okay.
So, Mr. Amy, yes, and thank you for I was listening to you. So, the fracture case, my case actually is similar to it. And the issue is, it's most times, it's not even the woman, the solicitors would, they try to, they're not telling you, but they're pushing you to say that, they're pushing you to accuse your partner for that issue, so you can have your children. So they would stylishly.
They will lure you. They will lure you. Yes. They lure the woman. They lure the woman, exactly. And they told her that is the only chances for her to get children exactly. Back. And that was exactly. why she said, then she has to go for this, and she decided to go for that.
Exactly. And if we look at it, yeah, she's acting in the best interest of her children. Oh, the man too. But I did say to my lawyer, I said to our family, I said to a lot of our friends, people involved, I said, one thing I'll never do is spoil the reputation of somebody else because of, fine, I want my children, I want all of this, I want it to be resolved. But I'm not going to lie that my husband did something he did not do. I'm not going to lie that my husband has ever touched me or raised, he does everything in the house. This guy is so kind, so I would never even my husband, if my husband is not patient, so he said, if that's what he wants, just tell them. I said no, because it's the same issue you had when in the past relationship, when this person will say this, you just say you don't want to, you will not, you will just accept more just to let peace reign. And it doesn't work that way, because now look at it, since 15 years it's still on your record. Now imagine I now say my own again and say, oh yes, this person was one that caused the fracture, was one that hits the child's head. This. My lawyer said it to me then. If I had said it in the beginning, that they'll protect me. And at the end of the day, it's still not true. It's not every time they protect. There was a case of somebody that did that. She didn't even get the children back. She just scattered the whole case. She lied that it was her husband. They still did not give herself or the husband, because the husband's lawyer also said you should say she's the one. So they both were now targeting. They both were now saying, no, it is you. Now they didn't give any of them the children. And they both lost access to their children.
That is really sad. I understand where you're coming from. I don't know the case of the genesis. That's what, for that fracture, is it an ongoing thing that always happens, or is that the first time that situation happened? Because if people know, even teachers, even parents, people know that sometimes an accident can happen in the home, and a child, it's not because you are neglectful that something happened. A child can be playing on the stairs. By the time you turn your eyes around, that child fall and they can hurt themselves. You can still take them. You still take them to A&E. You take them to the hospital. Then they explain. You can still say it. You don't have to lie, because these people, they know these things. You understand? So I don't know if that's the first time, but from this situation, if they're going to make accusation and so let the man act, the man wants to take the blame. That means it's been an ongoing thing. There's been things that is making early help or key workers coming in, or social services trying to come in to see the situation of things, because they cannot just use that as a yardstick to say, oh, you're in trouble. No, it happens. My son, my younger one, he hurt himself in school. Almost time the school would send us a message, and there was a time that something happened to him, and we went to school. We observed that he's hurt himself at home, but we got to school already. We just it's just a normal thing. Kids happen. But when it comes to things like fracture, and now fracture is a major thing, where did the child fall? The first thing you do is that you're taking that child to the hospital. You understand? Except there has been an ongoing thing that we do not know about to make the authorities get involved. Authorities does not just get involved in things like that. You understand? a child can be playing with his friend and something can happen. It happens. You understand? I said there's something they are not saying. Except you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I understand.
You said?
Yes, I understand. I think the child in question is still a baby for them. Even my own child too is a baby, and it's the first time they checked all of
the child is a baby. They were breast.
There's
He
no
was
other
feeding the
form of
baby.
fracture.
Yeah, the child is a baby. They just noticed swelling up. That was why they took the child to A&E. And right there, it was even the hospital the woman was working. They went to. It was there they arrested both of them.
Okay, can I give you a real situation now? In one of my child's, the other one's friend, that boy used to like, when he used to have blood, he used to fall and get injured all the time in school. And now they're trying to investigate why this is happening. They always find he's bleeding and everything. They see mark and everything, only to find out last year that he's got an underlying condition in his body. I've forgotten what the name is. You understand?
Is it osteoporosis or whatever? OI or something? They suggested that maybe my child also has that.
You understand? So they had to, because they got involved not the first time, because it became a regular thing. So now it's a regular thing. They have to step in. You understand? So they have to find. They now diagnose and check. In the end, they found everything. The parents weren't convicted or anything, but they have to investigate. So now, to the issue of social workers and things like that. Yeah, the issue of social workers. I'm always an advocate for social workers. I know a lot of people might not like what I'm saying. I'm always an advocate. You know why? The safety and safeguarding of children come first. It doesn't matter what it is. We've heard of cases whereby a lot of parents are so neglectful. And also, I'm not saying people are perfect. I'm not perfect. But you see, a lot of people, they come from Africa, especially our people, they just apply that same mindset and everything to look after a child. Some people go and work and leave a young child that in case of emergency, nothing will happen. And I'm always an advocate for social services, because the reason why they're not there to take your children intentionally. They're there to look after the safety and health of that child. That's the most important thing. Every other thing, no. You understand? But then, if you have a case, then you can fight it. But I still stand that it is the responsibility of everyone to safeguard a child. I'll end that there. Thank you very much.
Chipwe, take a mic, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everybody. In fact, easy. I just want to say, I'm just taking just on the back of what Mr. M.E. has said. He has said virtually everything. That's virtually 70% of what I wanted to say. The thing is that when your child comes to school with a bruise or something like that, let's say, for example, he or she comes to school with a bruise or so, and we see it, we will ask your child. And if your child tells us, okay, this is what happened, this is what your child says that we are going to act on, then if you need, we'll call you. And but also, if your child says some things that we find concerning, then we involve the social services. As Mr.
Me, Matt, Triple wait, me, Matt, I beg. We are not really focusing on social service today. This is our community. Because I know so Beluton, it plenty. Whether child in best interest or no best interest, not today. We are talking about community, crisis in home, father and mother. Go ahead, Triple.
So, for those of us for you parents, for us parents, I just want to tell you one thing: everything you do at home, your children mirror it at school. If you want to know about it, let me be honest with you. Some of you parents just be praying and fasting. There's some things your kids will come to school and say, and at times you don't know the implication of some things you do at home and the impact it makes in their lives because they don't talk. It's because they are scared. But when they come to school, they say a lot of things, and you'll be scared for yourself. things they say to their friends, they don't say it directly to us. They will say it to their friends, most cases, and their friends will come and talk. Or they will say it to their friends will now go and tell parents. If you want to know how it works, and the moment it comes to our attention, we're going to call your child. I'm sorry. Because now, whatever you're doing is affecting your child. And some of these things happen to them. You see them, the way they act it out. I've seen kids in my years in teaching in this country. Some kids will not go home when it's home time. They will rather commit a crime in school so that they will get detention. They will rather not go home than go to. I mean, it's not just our own people. It happens with other races as well. So it's not just us. I just told if there's domestic violence, I just want to really implore you, please walk away. No human being is worth losing your life over or getting damaged for the rest of your life over. Because whatever you do when you're alive is when you start thinking about somebody's record or somebody's something. The person that we've had issues when the kids in, especially if you go to inner city schools, that one's even worse. We see kids are reenacting things that their parents do, and they will say it. That's what my mom did. I saw my dad beating up my mom. They too, they will now think that any conflict resolution must be handled with their fists. The girls you see lose. These kids, when you people are fighting or having issues, these kids, they tend to look inwards because their mind is confused. And some of them will blame themselves. So maybe it's because some things you say. Some of them will not start blaming. Maybe it's because of me they are fighting. Then they will start having these guilt feelings. I had a kid that was self-harming. The day I saw this girl just showed us because she's always getting into trouble. This girl, she's light-skinned. When this girl showed us the marks, the razor marks that she was this. So she showed the school razor marks. These parents, these are not ruffians. So these parents were well-to-do. They came them. This girl showed us. They had to bring they came to light, and the parents were like, we always call. They say it as a no African now. They say it as an orphan. Husband and wife quarrel now. This and that. They did not know the damage, and that was their only child. This girl was in year 11, about to write that. That was what even made it worse. She was about to write GCSE. So emotionally, she was not ready. Everything, she was not ready. So please be very mindful of things that you do. The kids are not the lesson. Because those children don't talk, doesn't mean they are not suffering. When you start shouting, notice some of you, it affects them. There's somebody that's not guilty in one way or the other. When you start raising your voice at each other, I don't know I tend to look at it. When we start shouting at each other, what has been the aim of it? You start hurling insults at each other. Thinking that it's going to make things worse. And those things are the things that kids now mirror when they get to school. Then they'll too be raising their voices at the teachers, they'll be raising their voice at their friends. If you notice these kids, because this is what they've seen you do. Abuse can take many forms. If a situation whereby what is abuse is simply put, if a child is not, you are putting a child in a situation whereby he or she does not feel safe emotionally, physically from you, that's out. You have to lay your hands on the child before it's abused. If your child comes to school and start crying, some of you don't know the impact of what you do. I've seen kids who come to school, who get emails and say that this child is expressing some problems at home. Then that child still has to learn. That child has to go to school. So when things, adults will start behaving like, let's us from Africa, let's stop behaving like Let's start behaving like adults. Let's start understanding each other. For those who are calling police on their spouses, unless there is genuine reason, those who have now made an habit of, if my husband says this or Genicom says this, I will call police as an instrument of intimidation. Be rest assured, these children are watching you. And the day they will start open, I have one auntie in the US. Now, the husband was fond of watching something of, let me not say too much, just fond of watching women on the internet. So it was the same children that now went to go and tell their mom, say, this is what daddy is watching. So the wife came home. She's a nurse in the US. Wife, the first thing she just did was slap the man in front of the children. The moment he slapped the man raised his voice. The woman, she already arranged everything. The moment she slapped, she just called the police. The police came and they wanted to arrest the man. They said the man touched her, this and that. It was the same children that said, you are lying, mom. No, American children, you are lying, mom. You slapped him. So that same child that you lied in front of him or her, then you will now expect that child to go to school and not be lying. You said that's what you were doing as well. So let us learn to that these things that we are doing, this sooner or later, these people know this. One thing about this country is that they keep watching. No, they are not like us. Something will happen. They keep watching. And the day they start collating data and see that this is what is going on. You see, that thing that we are trying to cover, a lot of people have secrets that they are covering. And you don't know. The day they will start coming to our communities fully, you will see that all these people that are doing all these things to themselves, they will start. Is it not one woman that went behind her husband to go into home office? Then the husband now said, okay, you know what? Me, as you spoil I will spoil this nurse woman. At the end of the day, they took their own and destroy other people. Let us learn. And there's one thing I've learned when I'm dealing with Nigerians. They will never tell you the full story. The man that went to volunteer himself, that the child had a fracture, I'm very sorry. I find it very hard to buy that story. There's always something with Nigerians. We always edit one minor detail or one major detail, either to make ourselves look like the victim or because you cannot tell me, and ignorance is not an excuse in law. In this wherever. So I'm very, very careful when it comes to issues like when it comes to safeguarding of children, when our people are talking. Because you say one thing, your child will say one other thing. And I always repeat this. When your child comes to us or when we have a concern, we're going to sit that child down. And it's what your child says. What the child says is what they're going to follow. Then every other thing will, because that child is number one priority.
Unfortunately, when a child is a baby, it's a big issue.
That it becomes terrible. That one's even worse because now that child is like even with a disabled person, somebody who cannot speak. So they have a feeling that maybe you've heard of this story that happened West Midlands when the boyfriend of the woman.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Yes.
This country, they don't mess up. Please, don't get this notion that we are teachers. We are out for you. We don't have your time. Let me be honest with you. We have like
teacher self get problem for your whole family where they solve, where they just make it.
Like me now, averagely in a day, I have to deal with 150 children.
Imagine.
If you say children who are needy, children in this country are the neediest people I've ever met in my life. They won't breathe, they will still seek your permission. They won't do this. So we have 150 people dealing with every day. Then you think we'll now sit down and say, oh, did your daddy touch you? They come to us. they come to us, and the only time we come to them is that when we see behavior, a pattern of behavior that is not, maybe a child that is always bubbling.
Triple A, you have started again. Anytime you are talking, they don't tap.
My people, please tap.
Anytime Triple A you are talking, they don't tap. They forgot that they're supposed to be tapping while they are listening to you. At least now here they take listening to you, no be hand. Ibito Milola, I just saw say somebody gave TikTok universe to somebody, and you are here. You never give me TikTok universe. What did they do there? I beg, if anybody in FYP, if you know all those shanshin everywhere where they give TikTok, go call them, come. Where they can't drop universe. Go ahead, sir.
We don't call your children. And the only time we come to them is when you see them, when we see that that child that is bubbly before, all of a sudden becomes withdrawn.
Yeah, withdrawal.
So something must be wrong. Then that child comes to the then all of a sudden you see a child that is never aggressive, then becomes aggressive using the, because that child is crying for help. It's their own way of crying for help. And they know that, I told you of one instance now. There was this girl that got the whole school in trouble. One child, though, because of domestic violence at home. This girl left our school. I don't know how she entered, whether she used, if I were Nigerian, I would say maybe she used offer. She left the school building and went to sleep in a train. This is Southeast London. They found this girl in Birmingham in our school uniform. So when she came to back, the police were involved. We didn't go home until they found the girl. Lots of us were in safeguarding. That was that day. I said, I don't do safeguarding again. Like everybody going, they pay Papa name. The police were involved. Everybody, that was the day I really saw them in action. Now they raised the issue. They took again in other care. This same girl, she came back to school. That was on a Friday. She came back to school on Monday. Oh, sir, did you see what I did? This is what I did. I went to Birmingham. Now, because of that child, because of the problem that happened at home, this same child upstairs had to come to that school. They say, you allow one child though, to leave the school. Did she not tell you she was having problems at home? Did you not say this? Did you interrogate her? Did you not see a pattern of behavior? Yes, we saw her misbehaving in class. She's always getting detention. We just noticed her from September to December. She was a good girl. From January to next half term, she just started misbehaving. But everyone was like, yeah, she's just misbehaving. Behavior policy. You do this. Not knowing that that child was crying for help. You know that upstairs, because of that girl, they dropped us from a good school. They dropped us on number 4 then. That it requires improvement. And when they put you on requires improvement, that you can't get new teachers. You can't train teachers. You'll just be getting supply teachers. And if you leave that school to go apply for another job, they'll be looking at you. And you think you got gossip. Teachers are the worst gossip in this world. Everybody knows your school. If you go for interview, they'll be looking at you funny. So just one person, one thing that you did at home that the child brought to school affected other people's jobs. So don't be angry with us when we go the extra mile at times. Though some of people, they do it with, there's an element of RACIS, some of them do it. But it is what your child manifests to us that we will take up. Whatever you say to each other, I've said it, you are adults. If you want to shout on each other, leave the house. Go to a forest or go to somewhere isolated or where there's adults. You can shout at each other. That's your problem. Because whatever you do will affect these children. And you have to bear in mind, they will still have to go to school. They have to learn. They have to do this. They don't like, divorce is not a good thing to these kids. It affects them because now, for one, there are 2 people. I'm not talking about the deadbeat dads or deadbeat moms. Those ones that the children will be happy to get rid of. There are 2 people. They see. Each person has something that they are contributing to the lives of those children. Now, those 2 people now turn to one each. Now, the kids now have 2 addresses. Instead of going to one house, they'll be going to one house this week. They'll be going to another person's house next week. You have to consider that father that is affecting them. It doesn't make them organized. You understand me? It disturbs them. Then, what I also notice of it, when parents are divorced, that somebody will always want to play the good cop, bad cop to the kids. Good cop, bad cop. Because I want my child to love me more, I will start demonizing the parent, the other one. You don't know that now you are setting confusion. If it's the mom that is making it that look bad, those children will they may not be able to manifest to that child that maybe the dad is still he still has a means to they need. Those children will not be manifesting to adults outside their parents. You see, for black children, they are always up against black teachers, the male and female. It took me a while to figure this thing. Why are you always on the defensive against people of your own color? Then we'll now start looking at it that when you see parents' evening, let me tell you one thing about parents' evening. You see this, when you used to come, we watch you. We watch your body language. I'm just giving you the 411. We watch your body language. It's those kids that are very problematic in school. We watch their parents. Some of the things you do, your body language also can give us an informed opinion about you. I've seen parents arguing with each other. Parents' evening. And they were speaking Yoruba, and I had to call them speaking Yoruba. I was smiling. Immediately. I don't want to sound rude. Because they didn't know that I said it in them in Yoruba. I said, don't you know that the people are looking at you? And this child has issues, behavior issues. And the two of them were still arguing. They were speaking Yoruba. That's how I got to know that they are Yoruba. So I said, I spoke Yoruba. I spoke. And the woman was trying to, I said, don't. Because people are watching you. And if anything happens, we will say that you actually demonstrated. We won't be surprised. So what I just want us to understand is that any decision you make, you see this African mentality, please, this is Europe. They have their own method. There are some things you can still to practice here. There's some things they are law, but there are some things you need to sit down. I think a lot of people just came here. They didn't actually plan their life, and that is a lot of things are just going. Like I don't think a lot of people knew themselves before they actually, maybe when they got here or before they married, because the thing is getting to proportions, and when both people start talking about these things that you are calling police on you. It's coming to a pandemic. If you don't know, if it's now common knowledge, you are in trouble. Then they will start coming into our communities. There are so many people that have so many secrets. And when they come to your community, let me tell you something. If a involved man comes into the police comes to somewhere, if they call out, they must take something. If they don't take you, they will take information about you, and it's going to be on your record. And if it's on your record, it could be nowadays when there were so many jobs available. But nowadays they will go as far as I don't know whether they still do it to DBS. They will ask, is there any
you say we don't know that is the first thing they do now. DBS, a lot of people are on waiting list that we are about to ban you, put you on bar. Tell us reason why we should not. The information we have gotten is this, that. No be small.
Also,
no be small thing.
It affects your children because if they're 18 and they're going to colleges or unis, I don't know whether the stuff I will ask next time for us because they normally ask, is there any member of your family that has been given caution or all these things? They ask them. It could affect, if they're still doing it, it could affect.
They're still doing it though. My husband's son has been from 2011 and he's still affecting us till now. That's after 14 years. The false accusation. They put it there as a referral, something.
Yes, they will put the whole story, the whole information. They will put the whole story.
Fine. The way my husband reacted, the way that the children, they even said the children were there. The children weren't there. They said the children were there. At the end of the story, they put how it ended, but they don't hear the social. They don't want to know how it ended. Their own is these are the things that have happened, and this even though it was many years ago, they still did not. What if this person has changed? They don't care. They will still assess the risk as a new. They're taking it up as if it's new.
That is why it is our responsibility as adults to act as an adult. I'm not trying to be play innocent here. You understand? Even a thing like caution and warning, some people do not understand that. Even a caution, and you apply in a place of work, in another place of work, they will want, some places will decide that they want you to explain what that caution, why there was a caution or a warning, even though you were not. What's the word again?
Especially when you are working with children, even if you're not.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll be going now. Triple, I really like what you said, but let me just add this while you continue your talk. The thing is, as parents, as Africans, in fact, as parents, we have a responsibility to love our children. We have a role to play. Most parents come here, walk, and they are not present in their children's life. Now, the thing is, if you are present in your child's, they'll be open to talk to you. They'll be free to talk to you. They will understand you. You will understand them. Sometimes I can understand that people are going to work, but be present in your child's life. You understand? We have a responsibility to be there for them. Show them love. This argument of a thing, to me, I say that it's okay to have an argument in presence of your children, so long as it's a healthy argument. And also, because the thing is, if a child, because I think differently, if a child, your children do not know that you do not argue every now and then, once in a while, not fight or violence, just normal argument, they will think that it's all perfect. But if you can explain to each other, mommy and daddy loves each other, we just have a disagreement between these two. You understand? Because when they grow up, they now be in a relationship, and there's no, the day they now mistakenly argue, they will think that person doesn't love them. So we also need to understand that you can have an healthy argument, but explain to your child that it's not that we don't love each other. This is just a disagreement between these two people. No, I'm not talking about violence and all that. But we should be present in our child's life. We should be there. You understand? We have a responsibility, and our mindset, like what Triple A said, whatever we're thinking back is different from here. This is a different country. They have a way of doing things. And like I said, I'm an advocate for safeguarding children. Never assume that that child is wrong. Always assume that what they say is true, because that's how you are protecting that child. Because even though it's not true, you end up protecting another child outside. So the most important thing is safeguarding our children, but be present in your child life.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir.
Say this and that. Thank you. Please, you can drop me now. Thank
you so much, sir. Today we would love to be welcoming you. We love to hear more from you. But today, unfortunately, we are not really going to that social services involvement or implication or impact, because if some of information referral are not true, the consequence, the damages on families is still come back to the best interest of the child, and how that will affect and the decision making based on malicious referral that are not true, at the end of the day, became with facts that they are not true. But what consequence would that have caused? Today, we are not even looking into that. Today, we are talking about these issues between couple, because the children will be there to hear the initial start of the situation, the argument. But were they involved? Were they carried along to be communicated effectively with after you resolve your matter? Or what are you doing to resolve that matter so that it will not affect the children? Because all these things might come back years after and form the part of life decision of these children. They become adults and they want to go that path, because you didn't come back to them to even tell them how you resolve those misunderstandings or those arguments. It's a big issue, and it's affecting our community. It's damaging our community. Triple A, I will give you.
You can drop me now. Drop me.
All right, thank you, sir. Triple A, I will give you 1 minute to round up. Before then, Daniel on Zoom, do you want to talk now? Those of you on Zoom, we didn't forget you. If you're on Zoom, you want to talk. Doram, do you want to talk? Daniel, do you want to talk? Before I go to TikTok. And we've received a comment on YouTube. I believe the other parts would like to share a story. The wife has commented, so we look forward to hear that later on. So that you balance the view. Don't worry, we'll balance it here. We'll balance it. It's for the betterment of the family. We're going to sort it out. We are not going to hear one-sided, but after all, we are already involved with the matter. So we know, even from the professional angle, we have information. We have everything at our hand. Yeah. Afis, do you want to say anything? Daniel, Doram, before I move to TikTok? Chupwe, take a mic. If you can help us round up in 1 minute. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, everybody. The bottom line is, as Emi has said, the communication is key. Try as much as possible to make sure that your children, as I always say, there's no red line in the father-child or mother-child relationship. Let you carry your children along, but also be able to use your discretion. There are some things the kids cannot process at that particular point in time. Try as much as possible to make it as simple as possible to them. And bottom line, make sure, because that child, if your child loves to go leave your house, is more happy to come home, is more happy to stay outside and come home, you need to sit down and sort yourself out. Everybody's working. There's nobody that's not working, but that's not an excuse. 1 minute, 10 minutes a day will save you a lot of bother. So let's just try as much as possible to know our boundaries with our children as well. Know that we have a responsibility. Remember, you are the adults, they are kids, and whatever you do, you are their mirror. Whatever they do outside mirrors the type of parents you have. We see kids at the bus stop fighting and all this other stuff. That shows a child that does not rest. We see you, those of you who are nobody says you cannot discipline your children. Don't get me wrong. We see parents, when you tell kids that, listen, I'm calling your dad, your mom, you see the fear of God in them. That is what we like to see. Not in fear as in deranged fear, but you could see that they will start behaving themselves. So nobody says there's no discipline in this UK. You can't discipline your children, but please be very careful. The way your practice can cause a lot of damage. Remember, their mind is a fertile ground. Whatever you plant into them will grow, will go and turn to something else.
Thank you, sir.
So, thank you.
There was a time I saw Triple B. I don't know whether you know each other. And now I've seen Mommy Triple A. I don't know whether you know each other. And there might be triple A in FYP. There might be triple A square in FYP. Fit Mom. Good evening, Mama. Anything to contribute? Ojanija, I've not called you. So sorry. Ojanija, Fit Mom.
I'm with you, sir. I'm with you.
Before you talk, Ibitomilola, where's the TikTok universe? Or let me manage Interstellar. Yes, Fit Mom, we will come back to you. Let Ojanija take a mic. Those of you on Zoom, put comment if you want to join. Those of you on YouTube, put comment if you want to contribute. Ojanija, take a mic if you want to contribute, sir. Those of you on Zoom, we might need to end the live for the YouTube now. So do you want to come on TikTok? If you're on TikTok, Doram, are you on TikTok? Take a mic. Are you on TikTok, Doram? Or are you at work already? Daniel, are you at work? Afis, are you at work? I want to end this Zoom now so that we'll focus on TikTok, and I will end it YouTube as well. So people are not, maybe they are at work. So I will end the Zoom now. I will end the Zoom. TikTok, give me 1 minute because I want to play some song in between. So that, and I cannot play it for YouTube. It will affect